Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, how are we doing? And welcome to another episode of the Music Mondays podcast. I'm your host, Zom Slays, and hope you're well. Happy motherfucking Monday. So, how are we doing, man? First obvious change is face cam. So, I think at some point last week, I think it was like Tuesday, I got my new cam in the mail. Logitech something something something. And then I streamed with it pretty much every day since that point. So yeah. For some of you, this might be the first time you're seeing the face cam, and for probably the majority of you, you've already caught a stream where we've been live. So welcome. This is Music Mondays, episode 109. I'm your host, Zom Slays. How are we all doing? Happy Monday. Today is February the 20th. We had a crazy week at Music Mondays. Much to discuss, like a whole lot to discuss, actually. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna hop right into this. So let's open up some notes here and we'll see what we have. Facecam, yep, we talked about that. Music Mondays episode 108 is available on all platforms as well. You can find it on YouTube. You can find it on all audio platforms, Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, anywhere you watch or listen to podcasts. And huge shout out to anybody that's taking Music Mondays on the go. If you're interested in streaming us on any other platform besides YouTube, feel free to check the link in the description below. We also have a link on pretty much all of our socials on a place to find where you can stream the podcast. So with that said, episode 108 is available on all platforms, and huge shout out to everybody that submitted last week and everybody that tuned in and showed love. So yeah, like I said, we had a massively big week at Music Mondays. So we're just gonna fire off a bunch of updates. The Staff Design Showcase, volume 7, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like volume 7. Is live as well. This week, or this month, I should say. We were showcasing Solemn. So huge shout out to Solemn for sending us in some designs. For those of you that don't know what the Staff Showcase is, it's a monthly segment where we pretty much promote our design team. We grab a couple designs that they've made over the last month, and basically promote them on All Music Monday socials. Let people know whether commissions are open or not, things like that. Just a way for us to show the design team some love. So definitely go show Solemn some love for the Staff Showcase, volume 7. Another brand new YouTube upload is available right now. I think it's from episode 106. Yeah, I believe it was episode 106 where we really sat down and we took a segment and uploaded it to our channel where I was going over Offspring Mysterious recent submission. And like I said, I believe it's in episode 106. But I was going over Offspring's submission, and it was a poem rather than a music or visual submission. So yeah, and it kind of veered off into a different kind of conversation. We were discussing basically the balance of life and art. It's definitely a really important upload, especially if you're a solo creative that's like, you know, sort of in limbo. Sometimes you get stressed, you're doing a lot of shit on your own. That's definitely an upload that I suggest you go take a look at. So huge shout out to Offspring for that submission, and make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. But we'll talk about that in a second. We dropped a brand new article on Friday as well. M, our Music Monday staff writer, did a interview with Pidge. Pidge is a very, very talented alternative artist, and they sat down with M, our Music Monday staff writer, to basically go over a whole lot of creative endeavors, inspirations, things like that. And that written piece is available on allmusicmondays.com. So make sure you go check that out and go show M and Pidge some love, my friends. Again, that's like M's second article. And yeah, M did a really, really good job on this one. I think first interview as well, because the first article that we published of M's was a review. So yeah, definitely go show that some love. But with that said, we actually dropped another brand new article as well. In case you missed it, monthly. Now, the majority of you already know what In Case You Missed It Monthly is, but for those of you that don't, it's our monthly written segment. Probably one of our more major segments because we have a bunch of info cards and graphic designs made for this written piece. So it's not only a written piece, but it's also a visual piece. And In Case You Missed It Monthly is a month-to-month piece where the Music Mondays writing team sits down and goes over the majority of the drops for the month prior. So this month we dropped the January edition as well because we're still in the middle of February. So yeah, I don't anticipate us being able to put them out like earlier than we usually would. But with that said, the January edition is live now, and you can expect the February edition at the top of March. Yeah, In Case You Missed It Monthly, that's like our biggest piece, so definitely go check that out if you haven't heard of it. And if you're trying to get involved, if you're trying to submit to one of our writers, our contact page is available on the website as well. So absolutely, go check that out and go show all those artists and go show our writers some love as well. Of course, everything will be linked in the description. Allmusicmondays.com. So, In Case You Missed It Monthly January edition is live. Like I said, we had a truly fucking stacked week, if I'm being completely honest with you. Like a truly fucking stacked week. So, Friday we also dropped a third content piece, Feature Friday, where I sat down with an artist known as 777 Fury. Many of you know Fury from the Music Mondays podcast, submissions. We just reacted to Fury probably like 2 weeks ago. Maybe like episode 105 or 106. But yeah, I sat down with Fury to do a Feature Friday segment. And for those of you who don't know, Feature Friday is, again, our month-to-month segment where we sit down with an artist one-on-one. It's slightly different than the Music Mondays podcast. The Music Mondays podcast is something that is more of a whole show rather than something that's like directed towards a solo artist. So Feature Friday is technically our interview segment in reality. So we just published a Feature Friday with 777 Fury. So definitely go check that out on our YouTube channel. That also has face cam as well. Double face cam with Fury. So very, very cool. And me and Fury really broke down a lot of shit, to be honest with you. We talked about Fury's recent drops, Fury's overall career, early roots, a little bit of sidebars, Fury's mutual friends and community, mutual artists as well, shows. So definitely go check that out and go show Fury some love. That's like a really, really important Feature Friday. I'm not gonna lie. Just because that's gonna age like fine wine, if we're being honest. SoundCloud Sunday, volume 70 is available on our SoundCloud right now. So huge shout out to our curators, Deep Rest and Waterfalls, that helped me out curating this week's SoundCloud Sunday playlist. Again, like I think the whole thing has like probably like 30 songs, and I think there's only like one or two that have like 1,000 plays. Like, this is legitimately the best playlist for the most brand new, undiscovered, independent underground music. Like, it's top notch. Like, SoundCloud Sunday um is 100% the best SoundCloud playlist that you can find from any media organization. Like, and that's a fact. Um Especially with how consistent and frequent we are with SoundCloud Sunday. So go check out SoundCloud Sunday Volume 70. And if you're interested in submitting for SoundCloud Sunday, submissions open every Wednesday. So make sure you follow us on socials at All Music Mondays. Um, follow us on Twitter, Instagram, wherever you use social media, we're there. And you'll be able to find out all of the latest Music Mondays information, including our weekly submissions. So, 70 volumes of SoundCloud Sunday, man. 70 motherfucking volumes. That's like, that's different, man. That's truly fucking different. So, yeah, cheers to 70, honestly. So go show those artists and go show the staff curators, Waterfalls and Deep Rest some love, my friends. So that's about it. That takes us to Monday. We had a crazy ass week, like I said. Really one of our best. We dropped some of our best content, and we have some of our best upcoming content as well. So before we get into reactions and reviews this week, let's talk about what's coming for Music Mondays. Behind the Merch is the thing at the top of the schedule here. Behind the Merch is a brand new YouTube series where we'll be sitting down with artists one-on-one to unbox their merch, essentially. We'll be going through their merch drops depending on whether it's clothes, albums, hard copies of things, a whole lot of stuff. So that's really like what we're on. That's one, like, a brand new series that I really wanted to push forward and try to fully accomplish, because like the reasoning behind it too was like I get sent a decent amount of merch, like not a lot, but like enough to want to do a series like this, as to where so many talented artists are like putting out like so much like insanely good merch that always gets looked over. So Behind the Merch is your premier Music Mondays merch series. To be honest with you, like I said, we're gonna break down an artist merch one-on-one. We're gonna talk about the piece itself. If they want to send a piece into the office, we will unbox it here as well. So yeah, be out on the lookout for episode 1, which drops Tuesday. I filmed that actually yesterday with King Mark. Many of you know King Mark from the show already, but if you don't, you're about to find out, to be honest with you. So that'll be premiering on Tuesday, so tomorrow. If you're watching this on YouTube, it's 100% already premiered. So go show that some love. Definitely a little bit of a shorter segment, because we don't have too many shorter segments. So that was something I wanted to keep under like 30 minutes or so, just to have some like digestible content. You know what I mean? So I'm really excited about that. And Cole, what's good, baby? I hope you're well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What up, Faze? Happy Monday. Let's get it, baby. I hope you're well. Welcome on in. So Behind the Merch is the one thing that I really wanted to cap off February with. So what's next for Music Mondays? Like I said, today's February 20th. So we have just about a week left in February. So what the staff is doing and what the team is doing is we're pretty much continuing to wrap up February, and we're getting into the following month. So what that means is brand new everything. A new breakdown with Avoca Glass, in case you missed it, monthly February edition. New articles per usual. Staff design showcase. Literally all of our monthly pieces will be returning at the top of the month. And then there are a couple of new things that we're kind of toying around with around the staff. Not too many concrete ideas, but I have some things on the back burner as far as Music Mondays goes, going into springtime, that a lot of you guys will find out about as well. Like I said, we're going to continue bringing on guests on the podcast as well. That's going to be something that we're going to focus on heavily now, especially with the addition of Cam. So, yeah, there's like a whole new door for Music Mondays to open now. So, besides new events and things that are coming in March, fuck, there was one thing I was gonna say and I just lost it. I just lost it. Oh my god. Dude, it's gonna come back. But what's good, chat? How we doing? TDG, what's good? Let's get it, baby. Mark, what's good? I hope you're well. Yeah. So, recruiting. Recruiting. We'll be announcing recruiting opening again for Music Mondays. So if you're a writer, designer, curator, content creator, you want to do YouTube videos for us, you want to do pretty much anything involving Music Mondays, if you're a passionate underground individual, feel free to send us your resume at our main email. You can find that on our website, or you can send us a DM at All Music Mondays on Twitter, Instagram, or you can send myself a DM. Just make sure you send a pitch and things like that. Send us your resume if you have one. But yeah, we're building a very organic organization here. So as we continue to grow, we need as many dedicated hands as possible for Music Mondays, because we not only want to continue to grow the underground, but we want to continue to grow Music Mondays, right? And we need a very solid team for that. So if you're interested in joining the staff, like I said, feel free to send us a message and things like that. So yeah, this is the second to last episode of February. So like I said, this next upcoming week, we're gonna keep it semi-regular. We're gonna have a couple of new sort of drops and your usual weekly articles, YouTube drops, things like that. One thing that I came up with last week though was, many of you know that we tweet out the top 3 artists for each episode. So we'll be like, all right, top 3 artists of episode 109 in no particular order. And what I thought of to make that a bit more sweeter, the artists that we choose will get their songs tweeted out and promoted on the Music Mondays Twitter. So basically like a stamp of approval, essentially. So that's kind of like what I figured we could do to make that, like I said, a little bit more sweeter. Because like a top 3 is cool, but if we give you guys a little bit more promo, it's a little bit more incentive to submit to the show every week. So yeah, we'll be doing that starting this week. So the top 3 artists of episode 109 today will get their submissions tweeted out on the Music Mondays Twitter this week. So like I said, if you want to get involved in that, make sure you submit to the show, all that good stuff. You guys know the drill, but if you're new here, we are about to hop right into reactions and reviews. So yeah, let's talk because we definitely have some stuff to go over here. So before we get into reactions and reviews, I have a whole lot of conversational topics that I have written down for the show. I think we're gonna do one starting next week, because there's just been a couple of topics that I really wanted to fully discuss with the community and start having like more and more conversations. So next week we'll be having another regular talking segment before we get into reactions. But this week we'll hop right into reactions and talk about submissions. So the majority of you know the drill, but if you don't and you're just discovering Music Mondays, you still have no idea how anything works, you're like, Zom, Music Mondays, what the fuck, yada yada yada. This is how you do it. So tweets will be in the same format every week. Submissions open every Tuesday following the show. So if you're watching here live right now, it's Monday. If you're watching on YouTube, submissions are already open, but they'll always be in the same format. Artists and creatives submissions are open for live reviews on Music Mondays, live on 2/20/23 at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time at twitch.tv/ZonPlays, which is here now. If you'd like to submit your music, artwork, fashion, or digital creations, drop your links and portfolios below. All art forms are welcome. So, contrary to our name, many of you know, and again, for those of you who don't know, we react to and review pretty much everything here on the show. Everything from vocals to instrumentals, music videos, graphic design, photo shoots, visuals, edits, poetry, writing, you name it, we've reacted to it. So feel free to submit anything if you're an underground creative, because many of you in the community and just in the underground in general have multiple talents, right? Like, this isn't just a one kind of bread and butter thing. Many of you are also graphic designers. Many of you who are also vocalists also engineer things. So, yeah, that's our thought process behind that. So that's the details on submissions that are, the basics. And again, many of you know, we don't charge for submissions. We never have, we never will. Our submissions will always stay free, even if we develop some kind of new system where we alleviate some of the pressure. Because obviously we won't be able to do like 100 submissions in a show. The baseline submissions will always be free. Everything that the community enjoys now will always be free. So the only thing that we do ask before you submit to the show or submit to any of our playlists or anything like that, all we ask is that you follow the Music Mondays homepage on Twitter. It not only helps the community grow, but it helps bring the underground together, to be honest with you. And it also shows respect to everybody that submits every week and waits for their submissions to get reacted to. So just out of respect for them, just make sure you are following the show before you submit to the Music Mondays podcast. The only other thing outside of that is that submissions will close on the day of the show. So, you pretty much have a solid 7 days or so to submit to the show. But we usually close submissions to get a little head count, more so judge how long the show is going to be, things like that. So just make sure you get your submissions in at least within the week, because they'll usually close on a Monday before the show starts. Yo, what's good? We have the same chair. Let's get it, baby. So yeah, I think that's about it as far as submission details go. Um, you know, there's like, you know, we definitely often get questions on um why do we take submissions through Twitter? And um there are no alternatives, if we're being completely honest with you. Like, I've broken this down to a science, right? Like, I've been doing um media management for close to 6 years. And I've been in the underground scene for way longer. And there is no greater platform to not only grow but also interact with people at the capacity that you can Twitter. Not Reddit, not Facebook, not Instagram, certainly not motherfucking Tumblr. That's it. Like, and me being the kind of media person I am, I'm always on the up and up on what's going on in the tech community and just overall social media communities, right? And you there is no platform where you can simultaneously grow and also engage with people better than Twitter. Like I said, not Instagram, because you can't put links fucking anywhere, not even in descriptions. Certainly not fucking Reddit. Tumblr has a UI that is like ancient, all right? I feel like I'm on MySpace. That's probably the closest thing to MySpace. Facebook, people are just going to laugh at you. Discord, that's not really like, you don't grow a Discord. A Discord's kind of like a very community oriented kind of thing, right? So outside of Discord, there isn't much happening. You know what I mean? If we don't continue to grow on certain platforms, and it just kind of goes back to the conversation that we were having last week, where we were talking about getting your shit together on socials and just kind of staying out of the way. You know what I mean? Like, nobody likes the bullshit that goes on in the world, right? But that's even more of a reason to not subject yourself to any of that shit and focus on your career and your art and the people around you. I find that the only people that complain about what platform like you're on or they use is if like they kind of like mix their feelings in with shit and like they don't put their career first. And like that's just not a good way to be. It's just really fucking not, because you're closing doors on yourself. You know what I mean? Like, behind every like personal feeling, there's like a massive gateway if you just kind of let go of all that other bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, especially if you're a creative, like, you want to go be a fucking politician, go be a politician. And like, with that said, like, I'm not saying don't be an activist, right? Like, Music Mondays doesn't need to like state what we do, because like the community knows what we do, right? We're all inclusive, all submissions treated equally, everything's free. So like, that's the kind of shit that you miss out on. You know what I mean? If like you want to focus too hard on like the other bad shit. So just keep your energy clean and you'll be all right, Like, just keep your energy clean, you'll be good. But let's hop right into submissions. So I just want to sleep under a bridge with a mic. Reject the norm. I mean, like, I don't know, just people just do too much, you know what I mean? Like, people just like overthink shit, like, to an insane degree, you know what I mean? Like, and they don't want to like face reality, whether they want to live in the past or they want to do shit their way. Well, reality check, it's just not like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not like that. Like, the amount of like people I've seen that were so talented fall off because of X reason, and the amount of people that I've seen work their ass off and get shit that they didn't even think that they could get is insane. Like, I'm not just doing all of this and like creating a conglomerate like Music Mondays for just like fun. You know what I mean? Like, we're continuing to like mow that bad energy down, right? And pay attention to not only the really important acts of the independent community, but the smaller ones as well, right? So I don't know, one day at a time. But what I do know is as we continue to grow, um, people are going to be very, very pleased with Music Mondays and the vision that me and the staff all have. So, and you guys know me, right? Like, I'm relentless. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Um, but that's a whole other conversation. That's a whole other conversation. Um, so yeah, that's the thought process behind that, my friends. But like I said, let's hop right into submissions. So, up first, actually, is this a visual? I don't think so. Lately, Heavy Metaphors hasn't had visuals. But with that said, our first submission of episode 109 is Heavy Metaphors. Heavy Metaphors is a longtime submitting artist, a very, very talented producer, and member of Human Resources. More in the alternative experimental style, but this week they submitted Happy V Day, Romanticize, Proud Supernormal, Heavy Metaphors. Holy shit, 5 minutes. We got some gas right here. All right. Um, vibes, man. Let's get it. Shout out that one comment. Great vibes. Okay. Interesting. Let's get into it. Romanticized heavy metaphors. I tweet out the show. Okay. That drop is nice. Hmm. What's good, chat? How we doing? How we doing? Had some new heads rolling. Blank Thought, what's good? YVTV, what's good? I hope you're well. Yo, yo, it's Blake Thought. Blake Thought, you kill me with that. How are you doing, my friend? So this was great. This was a really, really good way to start off the show. I'm not gonna lie. So let's hop right into this. We're gonna talk about three things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental. We're definitely gonna talk about vocals. I have a couple of things to say about that. Um, and then we're talking about the overall theme of romanticized. So, um, let's start instrumental. So this instrumental kind of like it like I don't know, like it kind of threw me off and not in a bad way. Like it threw me off in the aspect that I was expecting the drop to be a little different, but it really went into like more of a pop vibe instead of like a harder, grittier kind of trap vibe. But I thought it was gonna have like the kind of like muddy 808 that heavy kind of gravitates, sometimes towards. So it did throw me off, but like I said, not in a bad way. Um, so yeah, that was um kind of my first thought there, and then the other mental note that I really noticed too was the first time it actually did drop, and the instrumental like picked up an insane amount of speed. So that's kind of where I could tell that this was a collab, to be honest with you, because it just kind of had that like interesting flavor towards it, I guess. Um, Kind of like on the aspect where like we'll talk about it here on the show every once in a while where sometimes collab instrumentals just sound insanely good and you can only achieve this kind of sound through a collab, right? So you swapping mells back and forth, you're doing drums, da 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 da, whatever. This is one of those tracks for sure, but I could definitely tell that they um most likely structured it together as well. Just a shot in the dark. I could be wrong, but I'd say Shining Star here though, outside of the mix, is the structure. Especially for a 5 minute and 11 second track. Structure was everything here. It really was everything here. One of those things where um I saw 5 minutes and I was like, oh no. But Heavy is kind of one of those producers and artists that have no problem kind of structuring their tracks in a comfortable and listenable manner. You know what I mean? So, I love the structure here. It was really well done. So the instrumental, Gas, structure is definitely Shining Star. Vocals were interesting here because we don't know whose vocals these are. Um, especially if you look at it from like a um first time listener kind of aspect, right? You're kind of introduced to this and you'd assume that Heavy Metaphors does vocals a lot. But in reality, when you look at our experience, the majority of Heavy's submissions have been production and mostly instrumental based. So that's where I would say a description um, would be super key. Because I remember I said that last week to Heavy. And that's the other thing here was where it's just like, um, it would kind of give a first time listener a better idea as to like who's credited with what in the track and if they want to come back to X person for more of whatever. So that's one thing here. But outside of that, um, the vocals were excellent. Like the mix was really interesting. I think Mark said it. Real spacious. Real spacious was like a really good term there. Definitely one of those instrumentals where I was gonna say is very wide. And the mix is great. Nothing clashing too overbearing with the vocals, but a wide mix. Everything's filled. There's not like a bunch of like unused space. Because it is like spacious, but it has all of it filled. So everything is actively doing something, and that's what I like about this is a lot. Um, so yeah, that's the thing here. That's the thing here. Outside of that, though, I think the structure even speaks to the vocals even more now. Just because the vocals were placed so well with the drops. Um, and overall, just it like had the blend of like chill vocals, but it was like almost a fast-paced, bouncier, like alternative kind of like pop vibe. So I like that a lot. It was a really good mix of like everything here for sure. So instrumental solid, vocal solid. Um, let's talk theme here. So aesthetics, that's one great thing about heavy metaphors is regardless of covers or themes or anything like that, you'll always get a fire visual. Like always very much well done visuals here over on Heavy Metaphors channel, man. Always. So that's what's kind of important with that. Um, and one thing I've noticed, especially over like the last like um few recent submissions, that Heavy is like um really killing it on the visual side. So aesthetics really nailed it for me. Especially the fact that it's like a visual and not just a cover. So just the extra push, you know? Um Overall theme, Romanticize is definitely a it's like a solid track title, but like at the same time it's like one of those track titles where like you could dive into this song many more times. You know what I mean? Like you really really could. So without, you know, having the ability to go back and dissect the lyrics a bit more, this definitely kept it on the more like poetic lyrical side, but very laid back emotionally. And like I think all the emotion was more so um like in the delivery itself rather than the lyrics themselves, because the lyrics were like slightly toned back, but it wasn't like overly emotional either. So that's the thing with that. I thought it was a really good balance, and I think the style and the overall sound structure is something to build off of, right? Because it's a great blend of pop, alternative, and you know, just slight even like EDM kind of influence as well. Um, Definitely a little bit of those vibes with the drums. So yeah, overall a very solid, to be honest with you. So with that said, huge shout out to Heavy Metaphors. Make sure you go subscribe to Heavy Metaphors channel. They are 3 away from 110 subaroonies, and of course make sure you follow Heavy Metaphors on Twitter. Heavy is 6 away from 1010 followers on Twitter. So go show Heavy Metaphors some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. Um, and of course, you guys know the drill. Make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We're approaching, I think 120 subs now. I think we're at like 110 even. So, huge shout out to anybody that already has subbed to the channel. And if you haven't, make sure you go do so. We drop 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the Music Mondays YouTube channel. And like I said, if you already have, you dropping comments, dropping likes. I appreciate you and I see you. What's good, chat? How we doing, YVTV? I always forget to submit. I mean, submissions are open for like a week straight, so you know it'd be like that. Van Ghost here. Appreciate you. What's good, baby? I hope you're well. So we are about to hop right back into reactions. So we kicked off with Heavy. Um, we had some chill vibes. That was good. That was good. Up next we have TDG, who's currently in the chat right now. TDG has been not only submitting consistently to the Music Mondays podcast, but also has been working extremely hard in 2023. Between unreleased, between some throwbacks, between experimental shit, we've seen quite a few sides of TDG. But this week, TDG submitted a track titled Somewhere featuring Van Ghost. I don't know, but I'm going somewhere. Prod and performed by me, featuring Van Gogh's Old But Gold. Old But Gold. Okay, 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 okay. So let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so 10 months ago, definitely not brand new, but definitely not old. Definitely not old whatsoever. Relatively new, I would say, you know? Shout out that guy. Let's get it, baby. So lots of love in the comments. Some lo-fi vibes. Okay, okay, okay. I like the cover. Reminds me of like a children's book almost. Am I tripping? But yeah, let's get into it. TDG somewhere.
Somewhere, yeah, I went somewhere. Life is so unfair. Looking up there, yeah, looking up there. Yeah, my steps and pressure. What next will be better? Upset with the weather. Yeah, I left, but I'll be back. Now that already happened, I see that. Wish I would've seen that coming. Tired of running, I'm so tired of running. My conclusions jumping. Is it something or nothing? Yeah. Life on repeat, reoccurring. I slip through the morning. I dream, don't live. Believe in more than this, cause I need it. Something to believe in. Give me a reason.
Bass is good.
What's the meaning? I don't wanna be leaving till I find out. I'ma shine now. I went somewhere. Yeah, I went somewhere. Life is so unfair.
Yeah.
Looking up there. Yeah, looking up there.
Hey,
Found nothing. Still something there.
if I'm always feeling down, wonder if I'm up. Feet are on the ground, can you help me pick 'em up?
What the fuck does that mean?
Fuck your assumption, this concussion got me bugging. I'm unplugging all the TVs while I lock myself away up in the dungeon. But it's nothing, I'm just puffing on the damage that I'm causing with the havoc. Don't remind me or I'm spazzing, reconnected but we're lagging. I just hope you leave your baggage. Got enough here for us both, let's ride away out in this carriage. Grab as much as you can carry, like to float out on the water or the skies. I'm like a fairy, baby say she love me very. It's just sweeter than the berries that I'm picking. Water sharing, glances back and forth. If it's plastic, grab the torch. Getting plastered on the porch. Sad and happy or divorced. Coming at me with the force, but I'm like Willy Wonka. Laffy Taffy on the porch. The happy rapper is destroyed. Are you happy? Make some noise. Ha!
Wow. Let's go, man. Cheers to you guys. That was great. The fuck? I don't know what I was expecting. Because TDG always kind of like um leaves us on a surprise, right? I mean, you know, for those of you that are usually here, we've heard so many great tracks from TDG, so I always like to keep an open mind, you know. Confirmed to get high track. I would hard agree with you, Cole. I would hard agree with you. So yeah, let's hop right into this. Okay. So we're gonna talk about three things here. We're talking about the instrumental. We're talking about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Somewhere. I actually like the theme here. I think we'll talk about it. Instrumental. Prod me some lo-fi vibes. Okay. So I love this instrumental. Absolutely lo-fi vibes. The Mel is probably the shining star here. The Mel is just too comfortable. Too comfortable. That's kind of like where you get like the smoke and like kind of just chill back vibes. But the drums are a close second. I really like the drums on here. The one thing I kept wanting this 808 to do a pattern so bad. I was like, where's the 808 pattern? Where's that fucking pattern? And it just didn't come through. But I do feel like the slight touch of bass did nice. Like I do feel like it was a nice little touch to like, you know, keep the lo-fi vibes like intact, but you know, add a little bit of like grime to it. So instrumentally this was great. And it was slightly different too, right? Because sometimes lo-fi instrumentals they're really hard to fit any kind of bass or 808 into. It really is hard sometimes. So I like what was done here a lot. Mel's a shining star though. Mix is good, nothing clashing, too overbearing. Um, Usually the vibe for TDG tracks, you can always expect a pretty crisp and well-rounded mix. So, instrumental, very solid. Let's talk vocals here. So, two verses. Um, TDG and Van Ghost. Now, TDG really slid on this. So this is self-prod. And again, I think this is another one of those cases where um, you know, artists who self-produce kind of make these instrumentals where they just know that they can slaughter it, but also like you're kind of like in a certain mood that day. So you might cook up some lo-fi shit, you might cook up some boom bap shit, you might cook up some, whatever. And I think on this particular day, TDG was just feeling chill, but also like it was like a very much like the drums kept the pace. So when TDG's verse comes in, it's like reassuring. It's like, okay, like this is like the TDG that we know. So TDG definitely comes in, absolutely does the thing. I like the mix on this too. Again, nothing clashing too overbearing, especially with the instrumental. TDG, I would say the writing is like really A1 on here. Especially when you consider the somewhere title and the theme. But we'll talk about that in a second. Um, Realistically though, I would say writing for both TDG and Van Ghost, um, they both came in here and really broke down a simple theme, to be honest with you. And really took it and ran with it and like really gave a lot of nice punchlines. Like a lot of nice punchlines that we talk about here in the show where you take a simple theme, right? And I don't want to dive too much into this because we're going to talk about it in a second. But you take like a simple theme and you just break it down and you really just go writing crazy. And I do feel like they both not only stuck to the theme, but gave a really good showcase of writing ability as well. Um, when it comes to TDG, um, we know what kind of flow and cadences that um, TDG usually likes to use, right? But this is the first we've heard of Van Ghost, so this, you know, was kind of like, okay, we're going in blind here, and I think Van Ghost was a nice addition to this track, um, because realistically, this could have been just a solo TDG track, and it would have been really good with like maybe like another verse or whatever. But Van Ghost definitely got the memo when it came to um the theme, because I do feel like these two were really playing off each other, and both verses were like very much on point, especially when you like go in and you're thinking, okay, this song's called Somewhere, da 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 da. These two absolutely use their writing skill to be able to break down a rather like simple theme. So writing is a big thing here, but again, that's a very much a staple in TDG's music. Writing, writing, writing. So yeah, writing was stellar here again. But also, I like the lo-fi vibes. I'm not gonna lie. That was definitely a interesting change, and not that this song is new, right? 10 months old, but again, not old either. So definitely one of those things where we got to dive into a little bit older TDG, which was nice. So instrumental solid, lyrics solid. Let's talk theme here. So, um, cover, like I said, it kind of reminds me of a children's book, and I love that. Just for like the nostalgia factor, but even like the Somewhere featuring Van Ghost and then the TDG here, I thought was a really nice touch. Like really, really nice touch. Simple but like really effective. Almost like leads you on like a fantasy kind of thought process, right? You look at that cover, you don't know what you're gonna get. And I think that's a really common theme throughout TDG tracks is you kind of get covers that'll like throw you off a bit. Doesn't mean they're bad or anything like that. It just throws you off, and TDG just does a really good job at that, which is nice. Um, so let's talk theme here. Somewhere. Now, like I said at the jump, and we were talking about vocals. Um, somewhere again it's just one of those phrases, and like songs like this start off with like one bar. You could have an instrumental and you start off with one bar and you just start writing, right? And you continue on that writing theme. And everybody's writing process is different. So some people have like themes that they want to break down when they go to write a song, and then some people kind of like start writing to a beat and then they just kind of build upon the theme there. So it's different for everybody, but again, this is a test to both of TDG's and Van Gogh's writing skill, as to where you take something relatively simple and continue to break down what it means to you, and kind of like how you relate to it, especially when it comes to TDG and Van Ghost, right? It would speak a little less if it was just TDG, but the fact that both of them were able to build upon this like relatively simple wordplay and theme was really great. You know what I mean? So I'd like to see this collab again in the future, 100%. 100%. So with that said, a huge shout out to TDG. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Make sure you follow TDG on SoundCloud. TDG is 11 away from 1K. Go show TDG some love. And of course, make sure you follow TDG on Twitter. 7 away from 160. So go show TDG some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. Make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 120 subscribers. So huge shout out to anybody that already has, and anybody that shows love to the new uploads every week. Likes, comments, subs, all that good stuff. We appreciate it here at Music Mondays. And like I said, if you haven't, we upload 2 times a week, man. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So go show the channel and these artists some love, man. Thanks, I appreciate the show. Let's get it, TG. Thank you so much for your submission, my friend. Let's go, baby. All right. We're back underway. I had to sip my Mountain Dew. So, Heavy Metaphors, TDG. Up next, we have Seasons. Now, man, Seasons has been blowing my fucking mind for the last 2 weeks when it comes to submissions. So I'm kind of excited for this one. Seasons submitted some unreleased Let Me Know What You Think I Like You So Much More demo. Hi, it's me, Seasons. Let's fucking get it, baby. Welcome, my friend. Welcome on in. Okay. So let's pop this open. Oh no, wrong fucking window. Let's pop this open in a new tab. There we go. Okay, pause. Exclusive unreleased. Song is not finished. I love you, G. Let's fucking get it, baby. Let's go. I love you too, homie. So, 102. So not finished. We're not gonna take it as like a concrete kind of obviously finished track, right? We'll keep that in mind as we listen along here. So let's get into it. Exclusive unreleased Seasons I Like You So Much More demo.
That's all I wanna know. And my brother said it's not even worth it, don't try. How are you? That's all I wanna know. Spend a day up in my I want for hours and hours and hours just to see your face again. I want for hours and hours and hours, but I can't complain. I like the rain. I like you so much more. So much more.
Wow. Love these vocals, man. Fuck. All right. So all right. So exclusive unreleased here, not finished. But we did pretty much get a like semi-whole snippet here. So let's break this fucking down. We're talking about three things here. We'll talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of I Like You So Much More. So, instrumental is fucking nuts. Like really nuts, especially when you consider all the extra effects added here. This instrumental came out really nuts. One thing right off rip though that I really do like is the mix. The mix is really crisp, especially for something that's like not finalized yet. Um, Especially when it comes to the drums, man. Nothing clashing too overbearing at all. Everything knocks and cuts through really nicely, especially towards the end. So the instrumental all around is like A1. Um, it's actually a really crazy instrumental, not gonna lie. But I think an even more important talking point here, vocals. Much like Mark said in the chat, love these vocals. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of these vocals, man. I am a huge fan of these because the delivery is great, the writing is great, but the passion and emotion behind these and like behind the delivery, like delivery can be good, and then there's this where it's like you can literally almost feel the emotion, especially towards the end. So, um, man, like there's a couple of really great talking points, but I would say delivery, man. Like just the delivery of this, like the pure like just utter emotion, especially towards the end. Like I said, it's one of those things like you can't replicate. Like it's not one of those things you can fake. You know what I mean? Like you really can't fake shit like that. So I love the vocals for that a lot. Obviously unfinished, so the structure could change a bit. Writing is great because it's like simple writing, but it's laid out in a way where people can like bop to it and like they can like follow along the story while also getting like a really good mix of like sound selections and just kind of have a banger in the background despite seasons kind of taking them on this emotional journey, especially towards the end. So that's my thing, man, is the emotion is like it's all the way there. And that's something we've seen time and time again in a lot of seasons tracks. So yeah, very impressive. Very, very fucking impressive. So instrumental solid. Vocals are really stellar, like really fucking stellar. Um, the overall theme, of course, unreleased, so the track just kind of defaulted to the profile picture, which is fine. Obviously, not going to consider that. Nothing final. Um, but the overall theme, Seasons is a really interesting alternative artist because it's not like one style or the other. I found that throughout the last couple of submissions, Seasons likes to blend a couple of genres, right? Like whether it be alternative pop, alternative rock, alternative pop, like or even some more fast-paced versions of those. There's a lot of blending going on here. So I think that makes Seasons kind of stand out a lot more than your average person who's just going to go take a X, Y, or Z type beat and go do whatever on it. You know what I mean? This is very like original, but keeping to the sounds that everybody's familiar with, which is really nice. And like, fuck what everybody's familiar with. If you enjoy it, that's even like a bigger W. But like, if there are already sounds that you enjoy, but people already know, and you can like wrap them in a way where you're presenting something new to people, that that right there. So, yeah, this was a pleasure. This is a real pleasure. So with that said, huge shout out to Seasons, and thank you for letting us premiere this exclusive, unreleased, unfinished track. Make sure you follow Seasons on SoundCloud. Seasons is literally 9 away from 850. That is a great milestone. Go show Seasons some love. And of course, make sure you follow Seasons on Twitter. Seasons, again, is 8 away from 180. Again, a really good milestone. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And subscribe to Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 120 subscribers. I can't believe the channel's about to have more fucking subs than my channel. My lord. But yeah, shout out to all you guys that are subbed to the channel right now. And if you're not, make sure you go sub to the channel. We drop 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff. So definitely go check out the channel if you haven't already. And go show the channel and these artists some love. Yeah, let's go. So that was nice. That was fucking nice. We have actually kicked off the show in a strong manner, my friends. In a strong manner. So up next, we have the homie, Blank Thought. Now, Blank Thought, again, is another artist that has been completely demolishing their submissions. Like, completely demolishing their submissions, man. Like, Blank Thought is a producer, but a very, very special producer. An important one when it comes to the true meaning of being a producer and treating yourself like an artist. And that's one thing I really like about Blank Thought is like Blank Thought takes no shorts when it comes to actually treating themselves like an artist and putting out instrumentals, putting out projects with other artists, and really not giving a fuck about the producer kind of bullshit. You know what I mean? So that's what I really like about this. And Blank Thought. So awesome. I remember Patrick CC clowned me during one of his music reviews and had his whole audience do the same. I'm very glad that you're doing this the most pure, honest way. Much, much love. Let's get it, baby. Want to collab with you on one of these streams? Let's go. Absolutely. Let's get it, baby. Much love, Season. That was a really nice message. Yeah, I mean, Patrick's different, man. Patrick's different. Patrick was a mutual before he started doing like all the rogue YouTube content. Back when he actually cared. So yeah, I don't know. That's a whole other conversation though. But I'm glad you enjoyed your stay, my friend. But yeah, we'll definitely get to work on something. 100%. I'm definitely open. So like I was saying, back into Blank Thought, man. This week, Blank Thought submitted to-do.blank v3, and it's actually a Spotify track. What is going on here? Hoodie Hilltop. Okay. To-do-blank v3. Damn. These are some track names. Like, these are some fucking track names. Holy shit. Okay, let's get into it. I assume prod, Blank Thought. So let's see. Hoodie Hilltop, to-do blank v3.
Hey yo, what am I supposed to do when the feelings that I'm feeling got me all the way confused? Like, what am I supposed to do when the people in my life don't notice I'm in the mood? Like, what am I supposed to do? A lot of shit I wanna talk about, it can't because it's true. So what am I supposed to do? Aside of asking y'all, what am I supposed to do? I said stop. I can't breathe if you're looking at me, trying to figure out a way to leave and keep y'all happy. Gotta smoke a cigarette to step out of the party. That's the only reason I have vices that harm me. Social anxiety like the ice won't break. If you follow me outside when I'm trying to catch a break, so I do all this shit just to say get off my dick. I'm complimented so much that I think none of it sticks, which is me projecting what I think of myself onto my fans, and now I realize it's bad for my health. Well, it's not the first or last thing I do for aesthetics. I'm into quantum physicist, a thermonuclear chemist. Yeah, I'm a weird dude, baby. I've been known as a freak. I'm stone watching Twin Peaks 7 days of the week. I'm out of switches, but I'm scared to hit the end of the street. I'm into therapy, get no eyes me when I speak. So what am I supposed to do when everybody on the planet's got shit they going through? And every time I try to help, it seems worse by the time I'm through. I know I got my own problems that I don't want to give to you. So what am I supposed to do when every painting that I've made is slowly burning off the walls? And if I had the chance to try again, the chance to do it all over, I would rather trim my fucking dick off with a lawnmower. What am I supposed to do when the feelings that I'm feeling got me all the way confused? Like, what am I supposed to do when the people in my life don't notice I'm in the mood? Like, what am I supposed to do? A lot of shit I wanna talk about, it can't because it's true. So what am I supposed to do? Aside of asking y'all, what am I supposed to do?
I don't know what you all expected. I'm zero types of help and got no interest in your friendship. Misanthropic to the bone, got shoulders colder than my dopest flows. Toe to toe, it's over. Tell him eat a bowl of copios. Not for nothing, I'm kind of a lot to stomach. The vibe is kind of disgusting. I'm higher than pilots, nuts, and more fire than lighters touching the blunt that ain't got me buzzing. Now where the fuck did I put this shit? Yo, I'm bugging. What the fuck was I just talking about? Probably nothing important. I'm pretty sure that the listeners getting bored. Is this thing even working? Am I speaking cohesive words? Tu comprende mi amigo? Capiche? Get it? You heard? I'm unapproachable. Tell you I ain't got an extra smoke for you with bags hanging out of my jacket pockets and rollies too. I'm nowhere even close to cool.
When does he
Ask me if I
stop?
give a fuck on second thought, don't I answer that shit enough? Prone to fisticuffs and several criminalities. I'm about as deadly as a fucking peanut allergy.
Holy
Damn, that's crazy.
shit.
Another 90s baby with no motivation except for blazing and mushing a rapper's facing. I'm impatient, no wait, I'm an inpatient, waiting to be placed into sedation for my rudeness and abrasive way I say shit. Swear that I can't take it, so tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do to make it? I forgot.
What am I supposed to do when the feelings that I'm feeling got me all the way confused? Like, what am I supposed to do when the people in my life don't notice I'm in the mood? Like, what am I supposed to do? A lot of shit I wanna talk about, it can't because it's true. So, what am I supposed to do? What's out there asking y'all? What am I supposed to do?
That was fucking nuts. Okay. Hoodie and I Forgot sent their acapellas for me to remix, and it's one of my favorite tracks I've done recently. Yeah, this was fucking crazy. Cause I was like, holy shit, when is this motherfucker gonna stop, bro? Like, the second verse was like, holy shit. Wow. Okay. So let's break this one down. We're talking about three things. Talk about the instrumental, we're talking about vocals, talk about the overall theme of To Do Blank V3. So wow. The instrumental, man. The instrumental. So right off rip, the mix is stellar. Nothing clashing to overbearing. But again, kind of the standard now. I think we've gotten used to Blank Thought in that aspect as to where we can always expect a very stellar mix. There's yet to be a Blank Thought track where I was like, oh, this mix is a little off, or it's like it's a little low, it's a little loud. And I don't anticipate there being a day like that, to be honest with you. But this one was especially crispy. But I'd say Shining Star, in regards to it being very crispy, has got to be the drums. Like, the fucking drums. Not only were they very bouncy, but I like the sound selection itself. I'd say the sound selection itself was very important here. Especially if you're like reworking an acapella like that. So the fact that it was like worked almost backwards was like awesome. Like really, really fucking awesome. So drum selection here was stellar. So the instrumental kind of is like even more insane if you think about it, because you did it with an acapella. So it's like, wow, like this was like, it's not your conventional way, and things can like just be like slightly different. I mean, yeah, it's like not crazy or anything, but it's totally tippable when you know that background information. You know what I mean? Because it's slightly harder. So it's like, okay, like, damn. So the instrumental, solid. Vocals, I don't even know where to start. I'll be honest with you. I don't even fucking know where to start. Hoodie just... This was 338 of fucking carnage. Like, 338 of straight carnage. Like, I don't think there was, like, even a breath anywhere. I was like, holy shit. Like, the way that this was structured was nuts, but the writing, man. The writing and the cadence was just, like... It gave you that, like, organic bar for bar kind of hip-hop flavor, but kept it out of the ordinary. I would say the kind of attitude and, like, overall, like, delivery kept it out of the ordinary, but the writing was just something that, like, it was impossible to not listen to. impossible to not listen to, especially with combining the instrumental and you have that melody. It's like impossible to not listen to these bars. So writing 110% is like the shining star here. So instrumental very solid. Writing is fucking crazy. Let's talk theme here. So this is very interesting because as I go through the majority of these covers, the art style for a lot of Hoodie's releases are so obscure, and I'm here for it. Like, I'm really fucking here for it. You know, art is kind of like such a funny part of music and just creativity in general. Because at the end of the day, like, art isn't gonna decide whether you enjoy a song more or less. You could have like $10,000 cover art and people are gonna flick that shit off if they don't like it. And you could have some dog shit cover art and people are gonna get that up to 10 mil because they fuck with the track. So that's why I always tell people to like do whatever the fuck you want to do, and if you feel like it's in a comfortable place where you enjoy it, then by all means. You know what I mean? And I do feel like Hoodie kind of developed like a style, like I said, you know what I mean? Because they're all kind of like, they all have this like very like consistent style, but they're all so obscure and unique. Like, I really enjoy that. He's a Madman. It's part of 3 different releases, the same album, one being the original, one being producer remixes, and one with different features. Holy shit, talk about making content stretch. Talk about making content stretch. I don't think that's a bad thing though. And like, you don't see many people do shit like that. You know what I mean? So I feel like that's a really like interesting a way to like get a release the most attention it could possibly get, to be honest with you. I think that's a really, really good thing. So yeah, aesthetics are very on point, especially with Hoodie being consistent throughout all the releases. So yeah, V2, V3, okay, yeah, I see. And each cover's like, all right, yeah. I get what you're saying. Yep. Okay. Yep. I see the connection now. So aesthetics, absolutely on point. Overall theme, this was nothing but like a pure showcase of writing and skill when it comes to songwriting and song performance. Because the fact that this was an acapella without this instrumental, and Blank just kind of completely like destroyed it, like, and made it like, because like the acapella was already like up here, and then like you add a Blank Thought instrumental, and it's like up here, and it's like fuck. So that's one of the things here as to where this was already gas, but it got elevated like heavily through the instrumental, like absolutely hell, like just skyrocketed. So, I like this duo a lot, especially where it kind of exposed Hoodie's like really good writing, like it was like even like elevated even more through this instrumental, because people would think the acapella was gas, right? They would think, oh man, this dude's spitting. He's a really good writer. His punchlines are great, his bars are great, his flow's great, but then you add the Blank Thought and it's like a whole, like, that's why producers are important, because that like held up the vocals right there. And I think that's like a really good talking point as to where like, yeah, the acapella is gas, but like the producer kind of like, you know what I mean? Like, just like pushed it up like slightly more. So that's what I love about this. The covers with the ghosts are also Prod Me. No shit. Yeah, see, I like these ones too. I like these ones a lot. Yeah, we need to hear more of this. We 100% need to hear more of this. So with that said, a huge shout out to Blank Thought. Thank you so much for that submission, my friend. That was a fucking trip. Make sure you follow Blank Thought. Follow Hoodie Hilltop as well if you enjoyed. But most importantly, make sure you follow Blank Thought here on Twitter. Blank Thought is literally 10 away from 670. So go show Blank Thought some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. and subscribe if you haven't already. We're approaching 120 subaroonies. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So go show these artists and the channel some love. Appreciate the love for real, man. I appreciate your submission, my friend. Thank you. Thank you. Much love, and I definitely cannot wait to get back into more, because Blank Thought got the stash, man. Got the fucking stash. Lil Wet 2001, welcome to the streaming family. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're well. Welcome on in. So, continuing on, we just left off with Blank Thought. Up next, we have North, and actually, North 33 Vision is the track that they submitted. Is a visual. So what we will do is we'll get through the rest of our audio submissions first, per usual, and then we'll wrap back around to all of our visuals. If you submitted a track, no, we have not played it yet. But regardless, like I was saying, North, we'll be wrapping back around to after we clear out all audio submissions, and then we'll go through media and things like that. Photos, videos, whatnot. So yeah, I want to say Nature Player is up next. But Nature Player, I don't think we've reacted to them on the show. We've definitely put Nature Player in SoundCloud Sunday, for sure. But as far as reacting to them on the show, I don't think so, to be completely honest with you. So this is a first-time submitting artist here. So 6 days ago, brand new. Lyrics and description, we love that. No way, W. The guitar on this fucks. Okay. All right, let's get into it. First time submitting artist, Nature Player. Better luck next time. Holy shit.
I'm still tripping on the same things I told you about last time we caught up. I've been burning bridges, burning through my luck. I've been spending my time wrong, maybe one day I won't stress about it. I wish I didn't even care if I ever fucking figured it out. Every question needs an answer. I don't really smoke weed anymore. I don't really read anymore. I don't think there's anything from me that you really need anymore. So I guess I'll see you later on. Better luck next time around. I'll just put you in a song and hope you don't listen to it unless I see you later on. And it's different this time around. And then I'll pull up the song and we can listen to it. One day I'll forget about you and be okay without you. And maybe if you stayed, then one day I would have been what you want. But today I'm not.
Yeah. Oh, I hope I see you later. You impressed with me. I've been on the juice, man. I've been starting that beat. Not cause it's important, cause one day I wanna bump into you strolling at the farmer's market, holding all the shit you can't afford to be like, damn, he the one I couldn't get. I got a lame ass man, and he ugly as a bitch. You ask me, hold your hand, tell me how much I was miss. I'll probably think about our encounter for a year and you'll forget.
I'm still slipping.
Wow.
And snake eyes. Day in, day out, I got something to prove. Looking for evidence under every stone, on every roof. I'm biting off more than I can chew. At a table alone, chipping every tooth. Are you thinking of me? I'm thinking of you, but I'm still the same as ever. So I guess I'll see you later on. Better
Wow.
luck next time around. I'll just put you in a song and hope you don't listen to it unless I see you later on. And it's different this time around. And then I'll pull up the song and we can listen to it.
That was so fucking good. Holy shit. What a track we have here. What a fucking track. Voice so nice. I would hard agree. Also this feature with Arco, what the fuck? Dude, this fucking writing right here, we're talking about that. We are discussing that. Okay. So you guys know the drill. We're talking about 3 things here. I'll put my phone on the charger. We're talking about 3 things. Talk about the instrumental. We'll talk about vocals. Talk about the overall theme of Better Luck Next Time. So, instrumental is interesting. It's not like too obscure or anything like that, but it definitely has like alternative pop vibes for sure. Like the fact that this is tagged pop is perfect. 'Cause it's not like your typical pop shit, but it definitely has an element of like some alternative pop. You know what I mean? It brings in a bunch of different elements. Um, Mix is solid though, nothing clashing, too overbearing. Um, I would say the structure is really good for just under 2 minutes. Like, this is not like a structure you would expect for under 2 minutes. It's very like extravagant and it has a lot of personality. Like this instrumental alone has a lot of personality. Um, it starts off kind of hot. You come in like super super fast, and then you're like, wait a minute, holy shit. There's a lot of different elements here that really like make this cohesive, and everything from the melodies to the drums are like working in unison. And that's what's really nice about this instrumental is as extravagant as it is, it's very fitting. Everything is working together. So prod NP, I assume that's Nature Player. If Nature Player did prod that, like holy shit, well done, well done. But so yeah, the instrumental very solid, very very solid. Let's talk vocals though. Vocals are like vocals are something, man. So Nature Player did a really good job on this hook, like a really really good job on this hook. This is like one of those hooks that you'll be singing like you'll like hear this song once, and if you like it, it's one of those hooks that you're just like, it's very catchy, very very catchy, which is something that's like just a comforting kind of feeling for sure. Um, I would say the hook is definitely the shining star for me. Again, the mix is solid, nothing clashing too overbearing. Nice and crisp as well. Everything cuts through nicely with the vocals. Um, yeah, yeah, very very solid. But when we talk about the feature here, this is one of those features where like they absolutely came in, did their thing, and left, and added so many nice elements to this song while also kind of staying on theme, right? Like that's the thing with features is like, you know, like you don't want people to sound out of place. Like even if they're fire, sometimes features can hop on a track and just sound slightly out of place, right? We've all had that and like, heard that one song where like the shit's just it just sounds out of place. Um so one thing, it's just like a rule of thumb is like, if somebody's gonna have a feature, have that feature kind of come in, kill it, but also kill it in your vibe, right? So Nature Player definitely um set the tone with the hook. And I feel like Arco came in and like didn't necessarily like come in with the same style because obviously two different artists, but came in on such a like piggyback. It was such a good piggyback. Like when this verse popped on, it was slightly more um it's not like cocky, but it had a little bit more of an attitude, right? And I think that's something to note here is like we had a bit of a more like bouncier vibe with Nature Player, but also very real at the same time. And Arco was kind of like, okay, like this is how it is right now, especially with like not because it's important, because the one day I want to bump into you. Like when that was going down, and I heard that, this is when I knew that this was like a perfect feature, because like I said, Nature Player kind of took us on like a slightly like poetic journey, um, wrote a really really good hook to like set the tone, and then Arco kind of came through and was like, wham, and just kind of fucking smacked this shit, and it was like, okay, okay, so yeah, I don't think there could have been a better feature on here, to be completely honest with you. So they both absolutely fucking destroyed this. But Hook and Arco's verse are like totally notable here. Totally notable. But let's talk theme. So Better Luck Next Time. Relatively obvious cover, right? Rolling the dice, double ones. Probably like the worst shit you could get, and you're like, fuck. So Bad Luck. I like it. You know what I mean? Simple, and you kind of get it, right? Because you'd see this cover off rip and you'd be like, why is that the cover? And then it takes 2 seconds to kind of put two and two together in your head and you're like, ah, clever. So definitely one of those clever kind of vibes. But better luck next time. Wow. So the amount of emotion that is not only displayed here vocally, but lyrically. Like lyrically, both Nature Player and Arco take us on slightly similar but kind of different journeys as to where you're kind of getting over the humps in personal and emotional kind of relationships. And you kind of like, I'm getting like very much build yourself back up, but also like you're still kind of going through it. And you know, it's about moving forward, but moving forward with that baggage sometimes is like heavy. And these are some of the thoughts that you start thinking where you're like, okay, like, yeah, like, fuck you, I don't need you. And you're going to see me in like 10 years and you're going to think I'm the fucking shit. And you're going to be pissed that you missed, you know, X, Y, or Z opportunity. And, you know, without a doubt, that's something that a lot of people can relate to. And even if you can't, it's formatted in a way where it's like you could think this is a fucking banger. You know what I mean? Because sonically, it still has all the elements that'll make you feel regardless, you know? So, A1 theme here. A1 theme. Very well written. So, with that said, huge shout out to Nature Player. Make sure you follow Nature Player on SoundCloud. They are 5 away from 330. And of course, make sure you follow Nature Player on Twitter. They are 2 away from 960. It's a great milestone. It's a great, great milestone. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. Make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 120 subscribers. So you already have shown love on the new uploads, comments, likes, anything like that. We see you and we appreciate you. But like I said, if you haven't, we upload 2 times a week. So go show some love to the channel and these artists. So, wow. What a fucking night so far, huh, chat? How are we doing? How are we doing? Been live for just under 2 hours, and I gotta take a leak, so we might just take a commercial break now, and then we'll just we'll just fly right through all these submissions. To be honest with you, yeah. So we'll leave off with Nature Player. And what we'll do, we'll take our commercial break now, and then we'll fly through all of our submissions. So, huge shout out to anybody that's tuned in, showing love right now. Huge shout out to Seasons, Wet, Mark, anybody else that's lurking. I see you and appreciate you. For those of you that are still lurking and chilling, make sure you get up. Go stretch your legs, go get a snack, go get some water, go take a smoke break. Music Mondays episode 109. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here live with Music Mondays, episode 109. What's good? How are we? How are we doing? So, I believe we left off with Nature Player. So, let's continue on. Up next is Sonly, and Sonly has submitted, I think, one track. I think a couple weeks ago, and Sonly has a really, really solid alternative vibe, like for sure. So definitely excited to get into this one. Let's see what we have. Promises Over Promises. Dropped this year, 307. Let's get into it. Sonly, Promises Over Promises.
VDV got it.
Promises over promises, now that shit got stuck in hell. This ain't no shit anymore, she broke my heart, it can't repair. I told you if it don't change, I'll have to leave you to the past. Get X on my phone and tell me we got some bitches downstairs. And I know this bitch gon' dance. This time my song is good. I'm just on with my 12. Feel stuck on the gas. They know we got these bands. Now they tryna fuck with a gang. Yeah, they tryna fuck with a gang. They tryna fuck with a gang. They wanna talk me wrong like yeah. Let me run my Bitch, you know I'm flying, yeah. Ice my neck, I'm shining, bitch, you better not text me now. Young nigga, we shining now. Now we getting fashion now. Now we getting famous now. Oh, you catching feelings now. Make that shit make sense now. Now I'm on the stage, tryna lose my mind on stage. I've been doing this shit for life, like I say, bitch, don't get attached. I've been fucking with a band, when it's back up on my face. I don't keep shit really rose, name change, but I ain't never changed. Promises over promises, now that shit got
Yes.
this ain't no shit anymore, she broke my heart.
Damn.
I told you if it don't change, I have to leave you to the past. Get X on my phone and tell me we got some bitches downstairs. And I know this bitch gon' dance. This time my song is gas. I'm just on my week myself. First stuck on the gas. They know we getting these bands. Now they tryna fuck with a gang. Yeah, they tryna fuck with a gang. Yeah, they tryna fuck with a gang. Don't wanna talk, let me wrong like yeah.
This is good. Okay, wow. Um, a slightly different, a slightly different vibe than the last track that we reacted to from Sonly. So let's break this one down. We're talking about three things. We're talking about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Promises Over Promises. So, instrumental, man, is really riding on that like alternative R&B, definitely heavy trap influence, but more so sticking with the emotional side of things, right? Because the metal is very soft, but the bass in here and how the drums are utilized is like the perfect balance of like dark and light. It truly is, and I think that represents Sonly really well. So this is a really good choice from Sonly. Um, artists that know what they sound good on, combined with like what they enjoy actually making music with. are the ones that kind of develop their sound more steadily, and Sony kind of definitely like knows what kind of instrumentals to gravitate towards for sure. Um, so this is a great choice, if I'm being honest. I love the alternative kind of R&B take on this a lot. The mix is stellar as well. Um, but let's talk vocals. Let's talk vocals. Vocals are really like it's such a unique blend of, again, softer, more kind of like R&B vibes, but like the lyrical content is still emotional and has a little bit of like spice and attitude with it too. So there's a really good combo going on here as to where Sony is like letting the guard down emotionally, but musically and within like the attitude, the guard isn't down. So it's a very like mixed kind of attitude here, and I really, really like it. Um, I would say flow and cadence is probably one of the major talking points here. Especially when it comes to Shining Stars, flow and cadence was really interesting because like it was like I didn't know where it was gonna go at first as far as like vibes and flow goes, but this one definitely like it like heats up quick. So Sony is an artist where you definitely gotta like give it a second. You know what I mean? Even if it's just like 30 seconds, this is absolutely an artist where you gotta be like, okay, like let me like let this ride out. And then like by the second time the beat dropped, you were like totally behind it and you're like, damn, okay. So yeah, Sony has a really, really good style going on here for sure. Um so let's talk theme here. Theme is great, especially as far as like aesthetics go. Simple, very minimalistic kind of cover. Um, one of those covers where like you know it's gonna be a banger, and you as an artist kind of are comfortable with a cover like this because it's like so simple. Like it's always like a safe way to go if you just use an edited photo of yourself. So this was like a really like safe bet to take, especially if you didn't want to like push for like a different art style or something like that. So I love the minimalistic approach. And then, you know, you throw the black and white, it's kind of like it really matches the vibe. So, the overall theme, right? Promises over promises is like it's like one of those um you know, we've talked about it a couple times tonight, but like one of those situations and kind of feelings and phrases where like even if you can't relate to it, you kind of like understand the poetry aspect of it and like the whole theme and like what this is actually written about, right? One of those things where like you're absolutely going to listen to this if you enjoy this track over and over again, and you're going to hear new punchlines and new kind of lyrics that like click in your head every time. Um but right off of just one listen, you can immediately tell that Sony like took time with this. Like it was absolutely um not like, you know, didn't take fucking 10 years, but this was like finely crafted. This is a really good story combined with like a raw emotion, right? And it really starts with that instrumental choice. Like that instrumental choice is fucking everything. It's really everything for this track. And it really just set the tone, and Sony just kind of took it and ran, and really took us on a bit of a journey here, especially like in the aspect of like poetry. Um, you know, relatively like obvious theme, but again, something that you can get behind, even if you haven't necessarily like experienced it or you don't resonate exactly. The the message is still there for sure. So, with that said, a huge shout out to Sonly. Thank you so much for this submission, my friend. And of course, make sure you follow Sonly on Spotify. And make sure you follow Sonly on Twitter. Sonly is one away from 70, man. Go get Sonly to 70. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re upload.
Jump up.
Wow. That was something else right there. That was something else. So you could tell, you could 100% tell that this was an older, Troy Van Dusen track. 100%. So let's break this down. No vocals. So we're gonna talk about two things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental. Talk about the overall theme of Jump Up. So sip some water, and we're gonna break this down. So let's talk instrumental here. You know, right off rip, the mix is good, very good. Nothing clashing, too overbearing. Everything is nice and balanced out. Not too crazy at all, not at all. Definitely one of those mixes where everything's just very even. Um, and you can tell that everything's kind of working nicely together. So the mix is very crisp. Um, I'd really have to say the shining star has got to be the motherfucking melody. The melody is everything in this track. The drums are relatively simple, but that's fine because it's just not really a track that calls for complex drums. Because I could kind of tell what Troy was going here for. Especially like um, you know, being like an older kind of track, right? Came out in 2020, so um not exactly new, but not like ancient. So that's the thing with this track. It's very much another one of those where we could see Troy's style um eventually evolve, right? Because like I mentioned last week, we reviewed a more recent Troy track, and this week this is like another dive back into history, and we're like, okay. So Troy has like made a lot of strides as a producer. Um, but outside of that, I'm getting very much like um slightly like experimental kind of like different kind of club vibes going on here. And especially with like the jump up sample, Troy does a really good job bringing that kind of like house party, low key club, instrumental sound to like a listenable ability, right? Because sometimes you can't just turn on club mixes and it's like just not the same. It's not the same. But Troy kind of constructs them in a way where they're consumable, right? So that's what I really like about this track as well. But all in all, this one definitely proves how much Troy has improved as far as like song structure goes and things like that. This one is a very much a turn up kind of club approach, right? It would be great for like a party or anything like that, to be honest with you. Um, so yeah, let's talk theme. Now, when we want to talk aesthetics, this cover really caught my eye. It really did. I think this is one of the more interesting covers from Troy because sometimes Troy will take covers and like just kind of like deviate away from like what the track is named or maybe what the track is like sounding like or like puts you in like that certain mood, right? And yeah, yeah, Jump Up definitely like brings the vibe of what this sounds like for sure. So a very like appropriate cover here. I definitely think this cover looks how this sounds 100%. um so overall theme, definitely like I said, a party track, right? Something that would go good for a house party, a club, kind of like a gathering, you know what I mean? One of those kind of like you throw it on and people are going to jam to it just because it's on, and they're going to be like, damn, what was that? You know what I mean? And they're going to ask about it. So like that's what Troy has an advantage of, is like kind of making an obscure lane for himself and just kind of putting on for this kind of dance type of um sound structure and just sound selection, you know what I mean? So there's a lot of good vibes going on here. I can't wait to see what Troy cooks up next. So with that said, huge shout out to Troy Van Dusen. Make sure you follow Troy on Spotify, and of course, make sure you follow Troy Van Dusen on Twitter. Troy is 7 away from 790 followers on Twitter, so make sure you go show Troy some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode
was them, I'll be mad too. Cause you got me and I got you. I don't wanna keep secrets. 24 days on and I'll make you feel secure. You got it, yeah. I don't really ask for much. So I don't simple words. All I really want to know if I'm not near you, will you still love me? Will you still love me? Will you still love me? Want me? Will you?
Wow. Okay. Wow. I love that outro a lot. Holy shit. So, what a fucking, like, there are so many first time submitting artists that just come in and have these like insanely seasoned and like almost veteran like voices, man. Literally, like, wow. I'm impressed. I'm impressed, man. So let's break this down. We're talking about three things here. Talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Will You. So, man, oh man, oh man, where do we start? The instrumental is like peak modern alternative trap, right? Has like a slight like kind of R&B vibe with the melody, but keeps like the trap element with really really nice drums, and the mix is like chef's kiss. Yeah, whoever engineered and produced this did a really, really good job, especially when it comes to the instrumental. And the mix is like really, it's just noteworthy because everything cuts through insanely nice, especially when it comes to vocals, man. So everything when it comes to production on this was like insanely well done. I'm not gonna lie to you. So, the instrumental was crazy. I'd have to say though, Shining Star's got to be the drums for me. The drums really kept the bounce up, while the mel kind of kept like the softer end of things, which was like it was a really nice aspect of this. Really, really nice. So let's talk vocals here, man. Vocals are like, wow, what a voice. What a fucking voice. Like, let's just start off with the mix, right? Because not only does the beat punch through like really nicely, but the vocals sit so fucking nice on this. Like really, really nice. It's very hard to talk about the rest of this without mentioning that first. Everything sits like really good on this. Like really, really fucking good. So the mix is solid. But man, like fuck. There are so many really good talking points here. It's hard to pick one shining star. But flow and cadence is definitely one of them. You know, this is definitely not an artist that's like uncomfortable with the style of music that they make, right? Like this is probably the comfortable I've ever seen an artist kind of make this kind of music. I'm not gonna lie to you, because it's not like full blown R&B, but it has like a like kind of a couple different elements from a few different sounds. So to kind of make this blend like this does is like wow, wowie, wow, wow. So, there are quite a few talking points here. But I'd say another runner up here has got to be the writing. The writing was something else. Like very much a passionate love ballad, but like kept it like confident. You know what I mean? It wasn't much on the sad side. It was more so just on the emotional side. Which is nice. You know what I mean? All kind of like emotional and like personal music is always a hit, and like I always love those kind of tracks personally, but when you do it in this fashion, it just hits a bit different, right? It's just slightly different. So that's another aspect that I really like about this. But all in all, the whole structure with the hook is probably the shining star. Like this is like the definition of like song structure, right? Like this is like so well done. Especially with the outro. Like the outro was like kind of just topped it off for me, to be honest with you. Like this was like really, really well constructed. Um, and I'm not sure how many tracks. Okay, so 2020. Wow, so um Denise has been releasing since 2020. So like that is definitely not like a new artist. So that's why the voice sounds so like um seasoned and definitely sounds like a veteran for sure. So that's what I like about this a lot is you could tell it's somebody that's like passionate about what they do. So that's one thing that I really really enjoy about this. So, um instrumental stellar, vocals stellar. Let's talk about the theme. Um so aesthetically, I love the kind of art style with this. Kind of like almost a plastic kind of toy look, but like still kind of realism. And the color palette and just the choice and style of the font is like this is like this is good. Simple, not too much, but it grabs the attention, and I think the color palette was like just so on point. The pink with the white just goes really good together. Really, really fucking good together. Um, so the cover is like really attractive regardless. Um, so let's talk overall theme. Like I said, this is definitely a love ballad, right? Like, will you, and the whole story behind it is literally all in the hook. Like, you can definitely like get the full grasp of this throughout the hook, but details get more broken down as the verses continue, and it starts to become more clear what kind of like confident emotional ballad this is. And I think Denise did a really really good job with that, like a really really good job with that. So the theme is definitely one that you can get behind, and then if you don't really relate to it, you're gonna think it's definitely a bop for sure. Um, wow, 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 wow! I definitely want to hear more where that came from. So with that said, huge shout out to Denise. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Make sure you follow Denise on Spotify, and of course, make sure you follow Denise Dennis on Twitter. They are 2 followers away from 870. Go show Denise some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We're approaching 120 subbaroonies. Make sure you go show the channel and these artists some love. And if you haven't subbed to the channel, what are you doing? We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments. A whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel, man. Go show the channel and go show these artists some love. And like I said, if you already have, dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff, we appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I see you guys every week, so thank you. With that said, let's continue on, my friends. So, we left off with first time submitting artist Denise, and up next we have Young Trill Soul, aka Golden Sunshine. Last week, Young Trill Soul submitted their first track on the show, and we got a first time reaction. Definitely some more experimental hip hop going on here, but definitely keep to the roots of a lot of the normal vibes that you enjoy as well. So, with that said, this week, Young Trill Soul submitted Do Not Disturb for your consideration. Okay. YoungTrillSoul.us. I love that cover. That cover is really dope. Really dope. Super simple, really dope. 3 months ago, 25K. Okay. Let's get into this. 3 months ago, Do Not Disturb, Young Trill Soul. Let's go.
questioned by the rap, say who the best is. Did the front flip, we got the spot on the west end. Whole bunch of rays flipped open the chest bend. Me, I'm just a fig, I'm a myth, I'm adapted. The Game Boy freak, yeah, I'm a legend. Wove another web, my Uncle Bay was a reverend. And the pot come gifted, his ambidextrous both hands. Yeah, they should've told you, shouldn't have left him. All red beam in his green. Boys came down on the scene. All red beam in his green. Yeah, boys came down, not me. Yeah, all red beam in his green. Yeah, boys came down on the scene. Yeah, all red beam in his green. Yeah, boys came down, not me. Boys came down on the scene. Boys came down, not me. The Game Boy freak, yeah, I'm a legend. Wove another web, my Uncle Bay was a reverend. And the pot come gifted, his ambidextrous both hands, yeah.
Yeah, this beat was really fucking hard. Really, really hard. Called Sicko, I just need the momentum. Okay. So I feel the vibes on this a lot. This is definitely not like one of those songs that was like we're gonna write the fuck out of this. This needs like 3 verses. No, this is definitely like one of those harder experimental kind of tracks where you just kind of chill, for sure. So let's break this one down. We're talking about 3 things here. We'll talk about the instrumental, we'll talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Do Not Disturb. Instrumental is wow. Okay. So when it comes to the instrumental, the mix is very, very good. I like how crisp it is. The choice of drums is like A1. Even the 808 and like how it's structured around everything, the beat was just a really good choice. Sicko definitely killed this, 100%. It's just a fine-tuned mix of like, it's got this like laid-back kind of melody, but these drums knock, and everything cuts through nicely. So I like this instrumental choice a lot, especially for Young Trill Soul. From what we know, Young Trill definitely does solid when it comes to instrumentals like this. So I'm kind of like not shocked by the choice, but it's like, it works. It works. So let's continue on. Let's talk about vocals here. Vocals were interesting, right? Because this is like such a simple kind of track, but Young Trill Soul makes it like one of the harder kind of like turn up tracks for sure. Like this would go hard at a party. This is definitely going hard in the club. It's definitely going hard when you're cruising down the highway. It's definitely not meant to be like one of those like write 3 verses, like we've seen Young Trill Soul spit in last week's submission. This one was definitely more of like a not necessarily like a hype track, but definitely like a kickback, chill, smoke kind of track. You know what I mean? It's definitely one of those for sure. But with that said, the vocals are mixed really nicely. Again, nothing clashing to overbearing. Everything cuts really nicely when it comes to Do Not Disturb, for sure. So, instrumental, very solid. Vocals, definitely solid. Let's talk overall theme here. Now, aesthetically, this hits. You know what I mean? This hits. Again, kind of a simple aesthetic approach, but does the job, right? Because it's a memorable cover, but it's definitely a cover that if you pick this, you definitely fuck with it. And it's like, I really want this as the cover. So one of those like personal choice and kind of like creative choice vibes for sure. But let's talk overall theme, right? Do Not Disturb, kind of like one of those things where like it's sort of like you're talking about like a regular theme, but you're also like expanding on it, right? So Do Not Disturb from friends, family, the cops, fucking the whole 9. You know what I mean? Like Do Not Disturb kind of brings that whole like get the fuck away from me kind of vibe, but also like, I'm chilling doing my own thing, so that's why. And like you can only like so much is said in so little words. So like that's what I like about this is like you could like wonder where the original meaning for this came from, but at the end of the day you kind of get the vibe when it comes down to it. You know what I mean? So Well done. Huge shout out to Young Trill Soul. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Make sure you follow YTS on Twitter. They are 4 away from 260. And make sure you follow Young Trill Soul on Twitter. They are approaching 1.2k followers on Twitter. Go show Young Trill Soul some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We're approaching 120 subs on the main channel. So make sure you go show the main channel some love. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff's available. And huge shout out to anybody that already has subbed, shown likes, drops comments, all that good stuff. We appreciate you, and we see you here at Music Mondays. Thank you. So yeah, let's get it, my friends. We are hopping right back into this. You know, I think these next 2, I'm not gonna lie, are both videos. So we have Sith the Rage and Lil Wet Wet both submitting visuals, and we have another visual to wrap back around to as well for North. So we have 3 visuals. Okay, so we'll wrap back around to those 3 and we'll continue to bang out the rest of the audio. We have Mark, MTM and Lil Derek, SLM, Matt Rocks, Cole, and that's it. So just a couple more audio submissions and then we'll wrap back around to our media. So with that said, up next we got the homie King Motherfucking Mark. You know, so many things to say about Mark. One thing I can say is Mark has been killing it leading into 2023, putting out merch, our project. We have Behind the Merch episode 1 dropping with Mark this Tuesday. Yeah, Mark has just been fucking killing it from all angles. So I'm definitely excited to see what we have here from King Mark. This week, Mark submitted Bird. Okay, what do we got here? Exclusive unreleased, King Mark. Okay. Bird. Okay, yeah. Okay, I get it. See, again, Mark back with the fucking A1 covers, man. Mark back with the fucking A1 covers. He did it again. Okay, lyrics and description. Okay. All right, let's bop into this. King Mark, Bird.
She my bird, so you know we gotta fly together. Hit the curb when I'm driving in this icy weather. What's the love, watch me swirl.
Wow.
Not here. When we fight, we'll need a whole planet for an arena. You're too much. Bye, my friend.
Huh. Shout out DBZ at the end there. That was some great sample usage. Okay, so wow. Exclusive unreleased King Mark Bird. I like the song title a lot. Just because of how it plays out with the hook and everything. But let's break this down. So we're gonna talk about 3 things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, we're gonna talk about vocals, and talk about the overall theme of Bird. So the instrumental, this is definitely not a producer we've heard Marco work with, I don't think. If we have, it's definitely been forever ago. But I like this kind of alternative plug kind of style. It definitely brings like a little bit of pop nature to it as well. Um, and definitely kind of reminds me of like a softer kind of version of all those. So the instrumental choice is really nice. It's definitely not like your King Mark normal, but it's definitely not unheard of. It definitely doesn't deviate and like, you know, kind of take a left from King Mark's um style. So I definitely like the instrumental choice here a lot. Mix is solid, nothing clashing to overbearing. Everything's really, really good on that front. Um, yeah, a very solid instrumental choice, especially clocking in at 129. I feel like this was utilized to like its like greatest potential. Yeah, definitely. Definitely was. So let's talk vocals here. Mix is solid. Mark has been doing a really good job when it comes to mixing, um, you know, their own vocals. So it's like, okay, like more and more we're seeing Mark, um, do their own mixes, and it's like, bet, say less. So really cool to see. You know what I mean? Really, really cool to see. So, um, outside of that, something that I noticed right off rip was this hook. Usually we talk a lot about Mark's writing and how well written the majority of King Mark tracks are, depending on what the creative inspiration is. And this is one where I was like, the hook is like everything. Um, the hook stood out more than usual. Mark is a very good writer through and through like all of their tracks. But the thing is, this is a hook where it's like, okay, wow, like it just stuck out in this particular fashion. Because every other hook kind of will hit you, but this one, I suppose it could be in match with the instrumental as well. Just kind of hits and kind of like expands on the writing here, especially on the outro. The outro is like so simple, but like slightly poetic, and just like really like digs in on the hook again one last time before the song ends. So I really enjoy the hook on this one a lot. Um, and then you kind of have a nice structure here for a minute and 29. So that's what's really good about this as well. Solid structure. The hook is really nice. Um, you get it really all in this package with King Mark here, 100%. Um, so instrumental, solid. Vocals, very, very solid. The hook is definitely a shining star there. Um, let's talk theme. Now, King Mark staples. Like, this is a staple King Mark cover. Like, absolutely, without a doubt, a staple King Mark cover. Like, for sure. Um, and I just like the choice about it because it's kind of like a play on words. Because, like, the actual song is about, you know, flocking like birds and things like that, and just plays on that kind of phrase. And then the cover is flipping the bird. So it's like, you kind of got this like double dynamic going on here, and I think that's a really solid way to go about it. Really, really solid way to go about it. Um, so yeah, cover stellar. We always get a nice King Mark staple here. Um, but the overall theme, right? Bird itself is just so much like in the hook, man. Like so much in the hook, and that's why I say like the hook is like really standing out here because Mark kind of related the whole title to the hook. So I feel like this like made the theme like ultra like simple to understand. And like even if it's not meant to be that way, right? Like you don't think about that when you just go and write a song, but it just kind of turns out that way sometimes. And this is one of those ones where I feel like the theme just kind of naturally fed itself, and it was just like, wow, like this is perfect. And like this is truly what art is. Like this is awesome. Like this is like literally like how you go about doing something like that. Just the small things that you notice, you know. So well fucking done. With that said, huge shout out to King Mark. Make sure you follow Mark on SoundCloud. Mark is 9 followers away from 170. Make sure you go show Mark some motherfucking love, man. And of course, make sure you follow King Mark on Twitter. Mark is 1 follower away from 280, man. 1 follower away. Go show Mark some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. So, and per usual, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 120 sub-roonies on the Music Mondays main channel. So make sure you go a sub to the Music Mondays channel as well. And if you haven't, we upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So, let's get into it, my friends. Continuing on. So we left off with Mark. Mark absolutely destroyed. MTM Lil Derek, aka Lil Derek. Now, Derek has been absolutely killing it. It's been a wild spit. It's definitely been some months. Probably like a month or two since we've heard anything from Derek. So I'm definitely interested to see what Derek has for us this week. Definitely has a lot of raw hip hop vibes, but Derek has really excelled in a couple of other styles as well. So definitely like a common genre expander for sure. But this week, Derek submitted, just dropped a new song, Pictures. Okay. Now I already opened up the link tree here. Pictures, Lil Derek, Spotify, Apple, YouTube, Deezer. Okay. So let's hop over to Spotify and see what we got. So, okay. 2023, Lil Derek. I like the cover a lot. I'm pretty sure the link tree, yeah. The link tree had like a wider version of it, but this cover is like really well done. Like really well done. But I'm interested. Let's get into this. So, Lil Derek, Pictures.
If it ain't authentic, I don't want it.
Once you show me I can trust you, ooh, I won't put no one above you, ooh. I was scrolling through your pictures, you was posing with your sisters, girl, you should let me love you, ooh. But you think I just wanna fuck you, ooh. I know, baby, that's what thugs do, ooh. But girl, I really miss you, and I wanna kick it with you. Fuck the world, it's just us two. Hop on the gram, all I see is OnlyFans, strippers, and I ain't really tripping. Ladies, get your bands. I'm just hoping that you got a plan, and I'm wondering if you got a man. Never mind, don't even answer that. I won't trip. We can do this with no strings attached. Let's take a trip. You putting scratches all on my back and biting your lips. I'm giving you shots from the back that got a grip. Wanna know if you feeling this the way that I'm feeling this. Do you really fuck with me? Do you fuck with the benefits? Ain't in love, but you say you love how I'm drilling it. I dive inside your ocean and then you let me swim in it. Backstrokes, I'm just trying not to drown. You ain't never had a real nigga hold you down. Now you bound. Backstrokes, I'm just trying not to drown. You ain't never had a real nigga hold you down. And now you bound to fall. Once you show me I can trust you, ooh. I won't put no one above you, ooh. I was scrolling through your pictures, you was posing with your sisters, girl, you should let me love you, ooh. But you think I just wanna fuck you, ooh. I know, baby, that's what thugs do, ooh. But girl, I really miss you, and I wanna kick it with you. Fuck the world, it's just us two.
You know how I be gripping your sides and biting your thighs. Your eyes rolling to the back, I got you hypnotized. That's cause you mines, and I know just what you like. Love and passion combined, it's a sign, just let me love you. So I can trust you, baby, it just be us two. Rose petals and bubble bath, designer strips, all of that. I spoil your mean ass, so won't you come through? No matter the mood, baby, still only want you. Ooh, we look good together, wouldn't you agree? Let's do this forever, it's just you and me. This is my endeavor, baby, you gon' see. I'm here through whatever, but don't wait too long. Cause if you wait too long, I might be gone. Ha. Baby, just don't wait too long. Cause if you wait too long, I might be gone. Wow, you waiting on my call.
Once you show me I can trust you, ooh. I won't put no one above you, ooh. I was scrolling through your pictures, you was posing with your sisters, girl, you should let me love you, ooh. But you think I just wanna fuck you, ooh. I know, baby, that's what thugs do, ooh.
But girl, I really miss you, and I wanna kick it with you. Fuck the world, it's just us two. Ooh, ooh.
It's a vibe. So I noticed Derek put in quotes, hop on the gram, all I see is OnlyFans, strippers, and I ain't really tripping, ladies get you bands. Yeah, that's a bar. That's a bar. I mean, we support sex work around here, man. You know, everybody deserves to do their thing as long as it's making them happy. You know what I mean? As long as they're not hurting anybody, that's all that matters, right? And we'll always support that. So, with that said, definitely gonna hop right into this. Let's talk about 3 things here. Let's talk about the instrumental. Let's talk about vocals. Talk about the overall theme of Pictures. So, instrumental is very R&B, like the core of like a modern R&B, and we've seen Lil Derek kind of take that approach here or there, but for the most part, very much like R&B mixed with like a slight like a more boom bappy kind of drum pattern. And I think this producer did a really good job kind of keeping it modern, but also like keeping the bounce up. So I really like this instrumental choice a lot. It's definitely one of those that is like rare. It's a rare choice. Like not everybody could be able to hop on this, and especially kind of utilize it the way that Derek did. So I like the instrumental choice a lot. It definitely brings like it sets the foundation for what this theme is about, if we're being honest. So yeah, solid instrumental. Let's talk about vocals here. Vocals are like the mix is so raw, but it has this very like crispy element to it. And like it's so raw in a good way because it keeps the emotion towards like the points of this track, right? It doesn't like try to like steer off course and like I don't know, like try to create different vibes. Like Derek is very honest in this track, and I think that's one redeeming quality about this is like it's super honest, it's super upfront, and it's like such a hard on the sleeve kind of track. Like it really is. So Shining Star here's got to be the writing, and the flow. The flow and cadence is something that's like R&B tracks can be like very melodical, and R&B tracks can be very just lyric heavy. And this is one of the versions where it's a bit more lyric heavy, and Derek really excels when it comes to that because Derek's a writer where we've seen, you know, him write about so many topics, from, you know, positivity to more turn up shit. Like we've seen a couple of different vibes, and this is another one to add to the collection. I'm pretty sure this isn't the only R&B track we've heard from Derek at that as well. But stellar track nonetheless. You know, writing and vocals really shined here. Really, really shined. So instrumental solid, vocals very, very solid. Let's talk theme here. Now, the cover has this magazine kind of vibe. Like whoever did this cover did a really good fucking job. I like the kind of abstract areas of it as well, like the text on the side and then the doubling up of the font. And then just keeping the main photo HD was a really nice touch. And then you throw the parental advisory like at the bottom right. Excellent. Excellent. It's like simplistic enough, but it's like the more you look at it, the more you're diving into it. So that's like one like really hidden like really good thing about certain covers is like the more you look at it, the more you're like holy fuck. You know what I mean? So you're like, okay. So aesthetics on point. The overall theme, right? Pictures. Again, kind of taking a simple phrase, but really breaking it down into something way like super meaningful, referring back to the main lyric, right? Like hop on the gram, all I see is OnlyFans, strippers, and I ain't really tripping, ladies get you bands. So it's like, damn, like, okay, like, but at the same time, that's not the only bar here. We're kind of getting another breakdown of Derek and sort of a bit of like heart on the sleeve, like trying to like we've all been there, right? Like trying to tell somebody you give a fuck about them, or you give a fuck about their life, or like what they do, and you just want to like be around them. Love ballads like this are very honest, right? And I think every person, never mind artist, I think every person needs to get these kind of feelings out in a healthy way. You know what I mean? This is like such a healthy way, because you create art with it. So this is like a nice way to be able to like lay your feelings on the line, but you also get something like super nice out of it. You know what I mean? You get to look back on a R&B track you made, and you're like, damn, that was like nice. You know what I mean? Like that was like therapeutic. And I think just such a redeeming quality about this track. And then of course the message as well, right? Like it's nothing but a positive message, and there's a lot of like positive vibes in this track. And I noticed that Derek has a lot of positive vibes. And like it's not corny. Like some people like try to be overly positive, right? Fake positive and whatever. Derek just kind of has like good energy based on the lyrics, based on the just delivery and the attitude. And the overall subjects we've seen time and time again that are like relatively positive, but they're not presented in a corny way where it's like you could tell somebody's being like too positive, or like too like it's just fraud shit. And Derek definitely doesn't do that. You know what I mean? You can tell that like a lot of these themes are like very genuine, you know, very genuine. So that's what I like about this a lot. But with that said, huge shout out to Lil Derek. Thank you so much for this submission, my friend. Make sure you follow Lil Derek on Spotify. And of course, make sure you follow Lil Derek on Twitter. Derek is approaching 2.8K on Twitter. So make sure you go show Derek some love. 2.8K is a great milestone. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We're approaching 120 subaroonies, so make sure you go show the main channel some love. And if you haven't, we upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel, not just the podcast. So go check out the channel and drop a sub if you enjoy, and go show these artists some love. Dennis, what's good? I hope you're well. Welcome. Love these breakdowns. Let's fucking get it, baby. Much love, my friend. So, we left off with Derek, and I believe we only have 3 audio submissions, and then we're on to our media. We have like 4 visuals to break down here tonight, so that'll be fun. But up next, we got the homie SLM. SLM has been like not only killing it in 2023, but a lot of the past work we've seen SLM do is like, wow. Everything from the jams to the unreleased to throwback stuff to a whole lot of like really good content. So we can always look forward to an SLM submission here, for sure. But SLM submitted a track titled Sci-Fi with the soon emoji above it. Okay. So I assume... Okay, so this is live. Okay. We got brand new SLM here 2 days ago. Okay. This cover's nuts, by the way. Alright. The waveform is crazy, too. This could be nuts. Alright. Let's get into it. SLM Sci-Fi.
Is it safe to step outside? I don't know where we landed. I'm just glad to be alive. I'm trying not to panic. Remain seated. We have reached our destination. Planet that has all we needed. I try not to fuck it up. God damn it. And I don't try to, so I don't understand it. But science says I'll die too. But sci-fi tells me nice lies are true. Dreams that are life-size, it seems through the right eyes. We can see through the bright skies. Some of this could be true, but none of it lies. I don't think this way for the fun of it. I just need to say at least some of it. Make it easy to add up so you get the sum of it. I'm trying to get through to you, but the door is something in front of it. And I guess sometimes that comes with it. Something in the way of things, been there since the days of kings. Grow my hair, cut it just to do a crazy thing. I'm sorry if I never say these things unless I'm making things. You might just have to make me sing. If I wake up and take something, I don't just take what I'm handed. Is it safe to step outside? I don't know where we landed. Is it safe to step outside? I don't know where we landed. I'm just glad to be alive, I'm trying not to panic. Remain seated, we have reached our destination. Planet that has all we needed, but try not to fuck it up, goddammit.
Is it safe to step outside? I don't know where we landed. I'm just glad to be alive, I'm trying not to panic. Remain seated, we have reached our destination. Planet that has all we needed, but try not to fuck it up, goddammit.
Yeah, I promise not to fuck up, but by promising I fucked up, I'm trying to be honest and tell you what's up. If I can't help you, that's love. I'm not here to cause any more hell, that's enough. I'm still kinda in my shell, the outside's tough. Don't bring that shit in here, that's outside stuff. If I acted out, maybe out my place. I've locked those thoughts behind my face, so you see why I had to get some space. Nothing's replaced, I take you with me, anything left is a waste. I feel you get me, I'm running towards the exit, a race. And then it hits me, who's with me, am I with you, do you get me? I remember you, go ahead and forget me. I'm over the moon, took time to lift me. Read the signs and find me. It's been a minute, don't wait a second, 60 to decide and see. I don't get it, I just hate stepping, I'd rather stride. Which way will get me outside? On another planet, our old one has died. Is it safe to step outside? I don't know where we landed. I'm just glad to be alive, I'm trying not to panic. Remain seated, we have reached our destination. Planet that has all we needed, but try not to fuck it up, goddammit.
Is it safe to step outside? I don't know where we landed. I'm just glad to be alive, I'm trying not to panic. Remain seated, we have reached our destination. Planet that has all we needed, but try not to fuck it up, goddammit.
Yeah, I promise not to fuck up, but by promising I fucked up. Yeah, I promise not to fuck up, but by promising I fucked up. Yeah, I promise not to fuck up. I promise not to fuck up, but by promising I fucked up. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Yeah, I promise not to fuck up. Step outside, I don't know where we landed. I'm just glad to be alive, I'm trying not to panic. Remain seated, we have reached our destination. Planet that has all we needed, but try not to fuck it up, goddammit.
Reach our destination. Planet that has all we needed, but try not to fuck it up, goddammit. Try not to fuck it up, goddammit.
Man, looking at this track, right, and realizing the amount of people that haven't discovered this yet, is like, it led me to another thought, because we are truly breeding some of the future's brightest stars, like, for sure. Like, this, just like many other tracks here on the show, if exposed to the right audience, is going to go fucking ballistic. Like, ballistic. What? This is nuts. This is really, really nuts, man. Like, I am, wow. You know, you heard it here first. Don't be surprised when, supporters discover this in like 3 years and they get it up to 1 mil. Seriously. Like, shit like this is like so fucking rare. And it just has that pure, unadulterated underground vibe. Like, pure organic. I don't give a fuck. This is like it. This. So let's dive into the details here. Talk about 3 things. Talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of sci-fi. Kind of an interesting theme here. But instrumentally, this has a really, really good kind of classical hip-hop, slight boom bap, but more so like ethereal, slight lo-fi cloud vibes as well. Sort of like a mix of those couple, bringing in chill vibes nonetheless. So really off to a really hot start when it comes to focusing on the story that SLM is telling here. So, um, yeah, wow. So I assume self-produced. Usually, the majority of SLM's instrumentals are. So I'm just gonna go on a limb and say yeah. But the instrumental's solid. Kind of like takes a backseat to like what SLM was able to do with lyrics. So that's what I really like. A very solid choice nonetheless. Really well done. But talk vocals here, because these vocals, man, they're very like simple and monotone. Like it's very just delivered in a regular way. But like the flow and the cadence and the writing are so fucking nutty that it just brings a whole different meaning to this. Like you don't even, that's why there's no rules to this shit, man. There's no rules to this shit, because you could like not like feel one part of like song creation and kind of like just emphasize on the other parts of it. For SLM, it's writing. Like this writing is nuts, and then to present it in like a poetic kind of way is like you don't see it often, because like when people do it, it's always corny shit. It's not like actual lyrics and like, you know, like songwriting. It's always like conspiracy theory shit or whatever. Like people want to go do weird lyrical spiritual shit when they do the poetry style, and it always ends up meh. Like some people like it, some people don't, right? But me personally, this is the way that you should do more poetic type of lyrics, right? Because it's still keeping like that flow and like real hip hop core, but it's kind of drifting off and like bringing that kind of like message and like vibe to where it's like there's something new here to kind of consume. And that's what I really like about this, because you can get the same feeling through any SLM track that you enjoy. This is just one that kind of struck me like that. Kind of made me realize that like, man, if this gets exposed to the right audience, like SLM will have like, you know, like just get exactly to where they want to be as a creative, as a person, you know what I mean? Like this is everything, you know what I mean? And it's like from the heart. That's the other part of it too, is like it's not manufactured. It's not like there's no like obvious inspiration. Like you could probably like talk to any artist to find out inspirations and like maybe find a sound that relates to it, but not really this one. Like maybe, but not really. So yeah, vocals are really stellar on this. Like throughout the whole 324, there wasn't much structural change, but it didn't need it whatsoever because the lyrics were so captivating. Like it truly took you on a journey, especially with the hook. The hook's another runner-up as well. It's a really great talking point. But yeah, vocals were really nutty overall, and the mix is solid as well. Nothing clashing to overbearing. Everything cut through really nice. Yeah, vocals were stellar. So let's talk theme. So I could totally see the kind of sci-fi inspiration here, because it kind of looks like a distant moon here, and kind of like, you know, like a supernova kind of like crazy space, like just aesthetic. But it has like the watercolor painting kind of vibe as well. So it's got this like 50-50 going on here, and like the more you look at it, the more you're like, okay. So the aesthetics are definitely on point. The overall theme sci-fi, right? Kind of like crashing on an unknown planet, and you know, kind of like it's just such a big metaphor for like a bigger kind of theme that SLM was getting at here, right? And just kind of like rebuilding yourself after something, whether it be a crash like landing in real life, right? Like it's just a metaphor for even just crashing out in real life, and you're on a whole new vibe and planet because you just fucked up, or something just happened, or somebody fucked you up, or whatever, right? And it's super comparable to being on like a new planet, and it's just like, don't fuck it up, you know what I mean? And it's like a really great like metaphor theme, like really great, because it's super like understandable, but like relatable as well. It's like, wow, okay, like this is presented in a way where it's kind of like hard to not understand it, you know what I mean? It's kind of fucking hard to not get that. So yeah, the theme is like really well done, and things like that just kind of come out when you start writing and then recording. So, it's not like, I mean, sometimes you can go into songs with plans like that, but usually most don't. You know what I mean? Have a really solid instrumental. You just start writing your heart out, man. And sometimes you come up with like really insane metaphors and themes for shit. You do. So, with that said, huge shout out to SLM. Thank you so much for this submission, homie. Much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow SLM on SoundCloud. SLM is 3 away from 40, man. Also a nice milestone. Go show SLM some love. And of course, go SLM some love on motherfucking Twitter. SLM is 5 away from 270. So make sure you go show SLM some love. So, per usual, every artist featured in today's episode and every single episode, all 109 of them, are in the description. So if you enjoy any of these artists that we've played here tonight, make sure you go show them some love and subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We're approaching 120 subscribers. We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, exclusive tracks, exclusive visuals. The hub of the underground is on YouTube. So make sure you go show the channel and these artists some love. If you already have, dropping likes, dropping comments, you've been subbed, you're like one of our first 10. I see you and I appreciate you and thank you for the support. Wow. Okay. So that was fucking a journey. My lord. So everybody's been taking us on a fucking trip tonight, eh? Wow. Okay. So, 2 audio submissions left. And up next, we got the homie, Matt Rocks. And many of you know Matt is, really one of the most outstanding and unique artists here at Music Mondays. Matt has been killing it this year. Truly been killing it. But this track has me very, very intrigued, because if you haven't heard of Matt Rocks, you're about to. The track's titled Lullaby V2 Prod Lil Caesar. Okay, shouts out Lil Caesar. Okay. Let's see what we got here. So, exclusive, unreleased Matt Rocks. So you're hearing it here first on Music Mondays, my friend. But with that said, let's get into it. Lullaby, V2, Prod Lil Caesar, Matt Rocks. Let's go. Wow. The last verse.
life is unsettling, but I'm fine. Yeah, I just need my lullaby. Yeah, life is unsettling, but I'm fine. It's all inside my mind. No, don't let the man be a man and play pretend. No, don't let the man. I'm sick of me, double strength medicine.
Wow. This was a different style, like, than we're really used to from Matt. Not it's like a bad thing at all. It's just another one to add to the fucking library. I have not heard this kind of pure like rap from Matt in quite a while. We've definitely heard similar ish tracks, but something to this caliber. It's been a while, man. It's been a fucking while. So let's break this down. We're talking about three things here. We'll talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Lullaby. So, instrumentally, man, if this is the Little Caesar that is great remixed, what an instrumental. Like, what a fucking instrumental. Little Caesar has one of my favorite styles of underground producers right now. Super, like, standard, but super unique at the same time. Again, taking elements from things that they enjoy, but also, like, adding to them and really making them, like, super, super organic. And I think this instrumental speaks to that, especially with the structure. Not like an unconventional structure, but more of a unique structure here for sure. So, structure's a really good talking point here as far as the instrumental goes. Yeah, so structure is one of them, and then I would say the mix is like a really good talking point as well. Nothing clashing to overbearing, and as well as Matt's vocals here, like it's a really solid mix. But you can always expect that from Matt for sure, like we always say. But with that said, let's talk about vocals here. Now, kind of a different style as far as flow and cadence goes. Mix again, very solid. No surprise there. Nothing clash to overbearing. Everything cuts really nicely, especially the bass. But yeah, the style is something else. Like flow and cadence is really nice on this one. Just because it's not something we have heard before, so it's kind of like whoa, you know what I mean? I was like, damn, all right, like Matt's coming kind of different on this one, so I could like really get behind this. And Matt's very versatile, so like the fact that we're getting another new style is like really astounding, to be honest with you. But the hook is another really great talking point. Matt's been doing a really good job with the hook. You know, just like writing hooks like this is one thing, but performing and delivering them is like, okay. So that's another great talking point is the hook here, 100%. And even the vocal structure, how it is around the instrumental, I feel like Matt did a really good job, like working with all of that and just kind of made a really like cohesive yet like solid sounding track out of this instrumental, like 100%, like kept it unique. So yeah, wow. All right. Instrumental, absolutely solid. Vocals definitely solid. Hook, shining star. Flow and cadence, definitely a shining star. Let's talk theme here. Now, of course, exclusive, unreleased, so aesthetics may or may not be permanent, but either way, Matt always does a really good job filling up covers, for sure. And this definitely gives Alone in Your Room in the Dark vibes, but like not in like a super bad way, but just kind of like getting away from the world, right? You're not like miserable, but you're getting away from the world. You're kind of spending some time alone. You're doing whatever. Kind of like this. So I do get this vibe a lot from this track. I feel like this is like spot on for this feeling. So let's talk overall theme, right? A Lullaby. Really great title for this. Because the hook is like really telling. Really telling. But also like a little bit of like self-reflecting and like Matt kind of acknowledging that Matt is like progressing as a human being, and like there's things that I've been through that are like, you know, crazy as shit, but I'm still, you know, pushing forward despite, you know, X, Y, or Z. But I feel like there's a really nice message behind this. Regardless of how any artist wanted to lay it out. If you're like conveying a message like this, it's like, wow. You know what I mean? It's like, one, easier for a first time listener to like not only understand but get behind, but for two, like it's also pretty therapeutic to like get that shit out on a track, you know? So another really solid theme from Matt. 100%. So with that said, huge shout out to Matt Rocks. Make sure you follow Matt on SoundCloud. Matt is approaching 1.9 on SoundCloud, 1.9K. And of course, make sure you follow Matt Rocks on Twitter at Rockstar. Matt is literally 6 away from 20. Go get Matt the motherfucking 20. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We're approaching 120 sub-roonies, so make sure you go sub to the main channel if you haven't already. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So make sure you go show the channel and these artists some love, my friends. So, okay, so I believe we have one audio submission left, and that is from the homie Cole. And then we'll be wrapping back around to North, Wet Wet, and Sith the Rage. So very, very interested to continue on here. So last but not least for our audio submissions is the homie Cole Gerard. Cole is, again, another artist that's multi-talented, right? A multi-talented creative engineer, producer, vocalist, can flex with a lot of genres, can really like do it all, if I'm being honest with you. So this week Cole submitted a track titled Land of Fire and Flutes. This is in Circuit. Brand new album dropped Wednesday. Prod by Hidden. So we get some more new Cole Gerard. Let's definitely pop this open a new tab and see what we got here. Okay. Land of Fire and Flutes. The Circuit cover came out really nice. Really, really nice. Definitely. Wow, okay. 201. Let's get into it. Cole Gerard, Land of Fire and Flutes.
Dutch heading in the leaves, floating in like a wind waker. Yeah. Dutch hitting in the leaves, floating in like a wake wind. Good, I'm feeling up, down, in between. Fuck you, fuck me, fuck back, fuck boy. Bringing back some memories, Liberty Bells. Shock attacks, hostage, haven't fucked in the desert, that be hostage. Might be here somewhere, depending on what's up next. This is looking crazy, just a soft flex. Fuck shit, but loud, no respect. That bullshit, but loud, can respect. That dumb shit, it depends. That bump in the deep end on some dumb shit. Hidden sent the pack and now I'm on some fun shit. Yeah, bitch, get your cardio, run it. Dutch heading in the leaves, floating in like I wake with good, I feel all down in between. Fuck you, fuck me, fuck back, for your eyes. Bring back some memories. Good, I feel all down in between. Fuck you, fuck me, fuck back, for your eyes. Bring back some memories. Dutch heading in the leaves, floating in like a wake wind. Leaves flowing fun, catching smoking with my best friend. At a book for taste, higher lessons. We get them bars for free, we would never pay for them. Dutch heading in the leaves, floating in like a wind. Wake a leaf, flowing fun. Grind a roll of paper, cocoa and fire. You rock around me when I'm vibing, get you on me, nigga, don't worry, it's on the house. Calling your teeth, organic, switch around.
Damn, holy shit. Land of Fire and Flutes is fucking right. Holy fuck. Real easy to see the inspiration there. Definitely real easy to see the inspiration there, for sure. Okay. So, let's break this down. This is a more unique Cole track, 100%. Cole's been throwing us the fucking curveballs here for sure. So let's get into it. Talk about the instrumental. We're talking about vocals. Talk about the overall theme. of Land of Fire and Flutes. So, the instrumental, Rod Hidden. Hidden is definitely a producer that we've seen Cole work with a few times. But as of recently, it's been more frequent, for sure. But Hidden really did something with these flutes, man. Especially the way that that like it even it influenced the song title, so it's like fuck, dude. And like the flutes are just such a prominent part of this track for sure. So as far as the instrumental goes, flutes got to be the shining star. Um, Slowly behind that though, I think the drums were a really great addition. Minimal drums, right? But what was used in the sound selection was really good, really good. The patterns were good, the structure was good. Hidden did an excellent job on this instrumental for sure. So the instrumental, absolutely stellar. Um, let's talk vocals. Now, Cole has a really fucking solid mix on this. And of course, along with the instrumental too, nothing clashing too overbearing. But you like most of the time you don't even gotta say that to Cole, or about Cole anymore because you can just kind of assume that it's gonna be a stellar mix. And again, very crispy. So I can't sit here and say I'm shocked. But nonetheless, very solid mix for sure. But Cole's vocals themselves though are really well mixed. I like Cole's kind of melodic style on this and really just let the mix fly with this one, to be honest with you. Like the mix is very crisp and it's so smooth on this beat. Like it definitely sits really nice. I feel like this is a very Cole style for sure. As far as the instrumental and like how vocals kind of sit on this. Vocals themselves are such a shining star. But even more detailed than that, I'd say the mix and then the lyrics are simple but like very much structured in a way where you see Cole's lyrical ability here for sure. Um Kind of like one of those, it's definitely one of those tracks you can like kick back and chill to, but it knocks hard enough as to where you could definitely turn up to this too. Like this is a good montage track. This is definitely a good track to go to the gym to. Like there's definitely a couple like vibes you could catch from this for sure. So, I'm in love with the mix though. The way that Cole's vocals sound on this, stellar. Um, so let's talk theme here. Obviously, this is the official cover for Circuit aesthetically, so we're probably gonna see this cover a few times. But with that said, it definitely keeps the Cole Gerard standard. And by standard I mean the stuff that we know Cole for, right? The parental advisory, the whole kind of font style, and the whole layout, you know, because you have the Cole up top, you have Circuit in the middle, Prod Hidden, and then the parental advisory. So like we're starting to see like an artistic style develop from Cole, and I think that's really nice. And you can kind of get a lot of that from Circuit, and Circuit kind of brings that album cover vibe as well. Because if this was just a single called Circuit, it might kind of fit, but the fact that this is an album or a project, if you want to call it, um, it really makes it all the better. So, well done. Um, so yeah, let's talk overall theme here. Land of Fire and Flutes, right? It's like one of those half lyrical titles with like half of like an obvious title, right? Kind of like 808s and Heartbreak, if you will. You know, cause like the subs the like pure substance is in the lyrics, but like the flutes part comes from the actual instrumental. So I feel like the song title here was um like a clever choice for sure because it's intriguing, it makes people want to go listen to it, but on top of it, it makes real like connections throughout the whole song to kind of like make this make sense, which is nice. You know what I mean? So overall theme here is definitely a showcase of Cole's lyrical skill as well, but Cole has um a real good way with writing as to where Cole's always making like um underlying themes, but some of these themes you will develop as you listen to more and more Cole. So you're like, okay, like I kind of see where Cole is coming from here. Especially with almost like bringing like a slight like freestyle vibe here. You were just listening to Cole kind of go in on this, like truly go in on this. And then, you know, the writing kind of just, or the hook just tops it all off for me. You know what I mean? Like the hook is like, that's like it. So simple and effective track. Definitely album worthy. And I'm sure that we're going to get a lot more of Cole's album here on the show. So I'm definitely excited to keep breaking this down. For sure. With that said, huge shout out to Cole Girard. Make sure you follow Cole on SoundCloud and Spotify as well. And make sure you follow Cole Girard on Twitter. Cole is about 6 away from 50 motherfucking followers. So make sure you go show Cole some love on Twitter. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We're approaching 120 Subaroonies. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So make sure you go show these artists and the channel some love. And if you already have been shown likes, comments, you've already been subbed, we see you and we thank you here at Music Mondays. So, my friends, let's continue on. That was our last audio submission of the night. So, with that said, we are cruising on to media submissions, visuals, cover art, digital art, edits, things like that. So, wrap backing around to the up top here. We are up next. We have North. Now, North is definitely a first-time submitting artist. So let's open that in a new tab. We'll pause it. Let's go check out North's profile here. Like I said, first-time submitting artist. So definitely have no prior experience here. Recording artist, producer, post-production. Okay. Let's see what we got here. All right, bet. First time submitting artist, North 33 Vision Visualizer. Stream my music here, Twitter, Beat Store. I hate the type beat shit, but if it'll bring people to music, I'll spend my time on it, make me satisfied. My production is not intended to mimic the artist in the title. It is simply the keyword tactic. Okay. Visualizer goes crazy. Really good. Lots of love in the comments. Okay. So let's dive into this. So this dropped in December. Let's get into it. First time submitting artist, North. 33 Vision Visualizer. Let's go.
Just write it down on these 30 pages. Travel through the ages. I'm an agent. I'm a pledge allegiance to the 3. Sometimes it feels like saying a Jason. I just need to stop my mind from racing. Different color shades floating through the spaceship. I just need some shit to cover my face. I don't wanna face this. If you ain't my fucking date, headed back to basics, smoking on fragrance, cooped up putting in work. 2012, that's when I started having visions of greatness. I just got me feeling blessed, but I know it changed in about 3 seconds.
This instrumental's crazy.
About my hopes over, so maybe when we're older we can sit down and look this over. Cope with the loneliness I get over, you don't wanna have to give you the cold shoulder. But my hopes over, so maybe when we're older we can sit down and look this over. But I don't think that it's working now. You can drown all your feelings and pick someone up in time, but that just leaves you frowning. Feel like damage lost to find, always fucking running around with you on my fucking mind. My soul's in some sort of bind.
Wow.
Cope with the loneliness, I get over you. Don't wanna have to give you the cold shoulder, but my hope's over. So maybe when we're older, we can sit down and look this over. But I don't think that it's working now. You can drown all your feelings and pick someone up in time, but that just leaves you frowning. Different color shades floating through the spaceship. I just need some shit to cover my face. I don't wanna face this. If you ain't my fucking date, cope with the loneliness, I get over you. Don't wanna have to give you the cold shoulder, but my hope's over. So maybe when we're older, we can sit down and look this over. But I don't think that it's working now. You can drown all your feelings and pick someone up in time, but that just leaves you frowning. Loneliness, I get over you. Don't wanna have to give you the cold shoulder, but my hope's over. So maybe when we're older, we can sit down and look this over. But I don't think that it's working now. You can drown all your feelings and pick someone up in time, but that just leaves you frowning.
Wow. I can't even I don't even know where to begin with that. That was fucking nuts. Wow. I like holy shit. Like the way that this was edited was like really fucking crazy. Check out the link tree before we break this down. Wow. Whoever edited that did a fucking fantastic job. Like a really fantastic job. Wow, 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 wow. All right. All right. So, let's break this one down. We're talking about three things here. So, obviously no cover or things like that. So, we're going to talk about the instrumental, we're talking about vocals, talk about the visual as well. So, the instrumental is super obscure. Super, super obscure. Lots of like experimental pop elements, but has like a couple other elements that it takes from that really brings it this like unique ethereal kind of flavor. Like, so this is a really solid instrumental choice. Whoever produced this did like a fantastic job, like especially when it comes to like being really unique but like very palatable. Yeah, this producer definitely had a knack on this for sure. Super ethereal, slightly cloud-like, and overall a very solid mix as well. So I like the instrumental choice. Now, let's talk vocals. Now, if we're going to talk about vocals here, this is like one of the bigger parts of this. Like, vocals are like, you're going to need to sit down and take this in a couple more times before you fully break this track down, because we have North here going super fucking hard when it comes to not only like lyrical writing ability but pure storytelling along with the visual. Like, we'll get to the visual in a second, but this writing alone is like wow. Like wow, 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 wow. Definitely, very emotional writing, but at the same time, like I'd say the delivery brings a more serious aspect to this. So the delivery is definitely a shining star for me. 100%. But let's talk about the massive part of this, which is the visual. The visual is like so on par with the lyrics and the whole track itself, man. This is one of those visuals where whoever edited this did such a good fucking job. I'm not sure the reference here because it almost like it's bringing movie vibes, but like, oh, man, I don't know. Like, all I could say is whoever did do this did a 10 out of 10 job, especially when it comes to the track itself and how North is kind of speaking on a lot of serious topics and also kind of wrapping it in together with some serious emotions as well. So I feel like this visual, like whoever edited this, like put some heart behind this for sure. There's a lot of heart behind this, a lot. Yeah. So shouts out to whoever did, because this is really well done. But yeah, so instrumental, extremely solid. Very ethereal, very obscure, in a very good way. Vocals were like insane, like really insane. Writing is definitely a shining star here. I'd say delivery is a close second, and then the visual itself kind of wraps it all together and really makes you like understand North in one song. Especially for a first time listener, which we were in this case, because North is a first time submission. So this was like we kind of get the whole scope of things here. We truly get the whole scope of things here. So everything was really well done, and I definitely cannot wait to see what North comes up with next, because this was one hell of a first time submission, man. So huge shout out to North. Make sure you go sub to North on YouTube. North is really close to 7K, so go show North some love. And of course, make sure you follow North on Twitter. North is approaching 3K, only 40 followers away there as well. So make sure you go show North some motherfucking love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 120 subaroonies, so make sure you go show the main channel some love. And sub if you haven't already. We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. And if you have been subbed and you have been liking, you have been commenting and all that good stuff, we see you and thank you. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays. Okay, so up next we have another first time submitting artist. Sitherage, already know, with a visual. Welcome to my burner. Okay. Let's take a peep here. Oh wow, we have a this could be really nutty. What the fuck? Okay. So first time submitting artist, Sitherage. Okay. Stick with 1080. Our toes wet at the better stay tuned for the ride. Okay. Damn. All right. So let's get into it. First time spinning artist, Sitherage. Already know.
So that boy on this priest. I got stripes, I don't even want. You can't fuck me, your dreams. I got scars, I can't even fly. And my baby make a scene, even in the restaurant. Cause I keep a laser beam, and I'm shooting at your top. Cry. And I'm shooting at your top. I'm looking different, cause I'm getting to this squad. You looking different, cause you know you cap a lot. I got no
That
but your ass can still get shot. We outside. I ain't a member, but my members said I'm fly. You know it's gon' win, so don't be acting no surprise. I was that nigga before I ever told you why. Come on, boy, stop fucking with the peas. I'm so sick, yeah, my face is green. It ain't gone in the afternoon. Got a disease, baby, yeah, my face is blue. He's so shy, his face is pink. I told him cut me up for setting some new big. Don't be shy, cover my shit. I don't need no pieces. 2022, I'm signing deals and leases. Where you left me, I can't stay. Ain't no dummy, baby, I ain't taking no bait. I don't gotta pop shit, I'm highly blessed. Money handle all these problems when I'm stressed. You like where I'm at? I really think so. Hoes be tryna hate and keep it on the low. But it ain't low. I already know. How you let me?
Dude, this edit's crazy.
You was my twin and now you are my enemy. You like where I'm at? I really think so. Hoes be tryna hate and keep it on the low. But it ain't low. I already know. How you do that to me? Why you do that to me? You was my twin and now you are my enemy.
Huh.
How you do that to me? Why you do that to me? You was my twin and now you are my enemy.
What a first time submission. Holy fuck. Okay. Wow. Okay, so much like the last submission, another visual, we're gonna talk about three things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, we're gonna talk about the vocals, and talk about the overall theme of Already Know. So, wow. Okay. So before we, okay, so July 2022. So, less than a year old. So not brand new, but not, not terribly old whatsoever at all. And a brand new track about 2 days ago. Okay. So, it looks like they are active, which is nice. Okay, let's break this down. Like I said, we're talking about the instrumental first. So the instrumental is kind of like a staple, like Rage-esque kind of beat, but nonetheless, it does its thing, right? It's definitely hard hitting as fuck. Nothing's clashing too overbearing, like as far as the instrumental goes. Okay, yeah. I was curious if prods were in the description. But regardless, definitely an interesting choice. Definitely an interesting choice, but probably like a creative inspiration, to be honest with you. But an interesting choice nonetheless. But as far as the instrumental goes, nothing clashing too overbearing. The mix is very, very solid. I would say the 808s and the drums themselves are probably a big shining star here. I like the mill as well. Kind of gives that like OG Rage feel. A little bit of plug style too, like kind of goes in that direction. But I like the choice. I definitely like the choice. Let's talk vocals here. Now, vocals are interesting because it like it has this kind of like party kind of turn up style. Like this is very like much a track you could like rage to. You go to the club, you'll definitely be riding in the whip to some shit like this for sure. It just brings that almost like slightly freestyle yet like turn up vibe to it. It's definitely a good party-esque track. And a lot of that has to do with the vocals, right? Because they're easy to get behind, and it's like you can like see the turn up along with the visual. We'll talk about the visual in a second, but as far as like the lyrics themselves go and the vocals and the delivery, I think it all is really like super unique just because it's going to grow into something like more and more like refined and more like smoothed over, cuz this like I said is bringing like very much turn up vibes. It's got like this like it's got this kind of like attitude to it as well, which kind of adds to it. So vocals were very interesting here, and I would love to see this style develop, to be honest with you, because there is something here, like for sure. Because it's bringing that kind of rage style, but if this just keeps on getting perfected, this will become something entirely different. So I'm definitely excited to see this kind of progression. So instrumental, solid choice. Vocals, shining star. Either the writing or the delivery. I like the delivery a lot for the attitude. The attitude's great. Definitely like very enthusiastic, which is nice. You know what I mean? Like you want that. Especially as like a listener, right? A first time listener. So, let's talk visual here. So, this editor, Full Metal, did a really good fucking job. Like a really, really good job, especially with the intro and outro. But the major edits, like at the end, were really topping it off. So I just want to shout out the editor right there because this is like 10 out of 10. Really well done. But one thing is this is the first time submitting artist and it's a visual at the same time. So one thing we always like to look for is if they're kind of like awkward on camera or they kind of like are camera shy or anything like that. And Rage is definitely comfortable on camera. Like definitely comfortable on camera. Not one shot in here kind of gave me like uncomfortable vibes. this was definitely a good day of shooting and a really good couple sets of footage that really like you got Sith the Rage like in the artistic element for sure. Like not 1 ounce of like uncomfortability whatsoever. So definitely very comfortable in front of the camera, which is like a really good thing. You know what I mean? Because that's like the number one thing when it comes to videos like this, or even any video in general. Got to be comfortable in front of the camera, right? So this is totally like spot on, and I love that. And again, you kind of got these like scenes, and you have these shots and these locations that are like so simple but go so well together, and you could literally get all this done in a day. You 100% could get this done in a fucking day. You could do all that in the morning, and then you go get the night shots that night, or you could do it from the night before and then just keep like filming for the morning. So, I love the shots. I love the camera and being like comfortable in front of it. Like I love that. So visual came out solid. And I just love the effort. You know what I mean? It's a lot of effort here, and it's a lot of effort to like put something out like this. So I definitely want to see more of Sith the Rage. And with that said, huge shout out to Sith the Rage, and thank you so much for the submission. Make sure you go sub and go drop one, because they are 6 away from 40. And of course, make sure you follow Sick Classified on Twitter. They are literally 3 away from 10 followers. Probably a new burner or something like that, much like the bio says. But per usual, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 120 subs, so make sure you go sub to the main channel. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. If you already have, thank you. We see you dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff, and thank you. Thank you from myself and the staff team. So, with that said, my friends, we have 2 visual submissions left. We have up next Lil Wet Wet, aka Patterns. So, we had a first time submission from Wet Wet last week, and I was super impressed with the visuals. So let's see what else we have here. Lil Wet Wet submitted The Gloucester Under My Bed, directed by Lil Wet Wet. Okay. Let's pop this visual open in a new Tabaroonie. Yeah, so we had a really good reaction last week. I was so impressed. So I'm definitely anticipating the same here. We have BandLab Rev B. Okay. Produced by Homecoming Queen, starring Lil Wet Wet and Worm Sludge, shot by Lil Wet Wet and Worm Sludge. And directed by Lil Wet Wet. Pre-save. Path of the Gloss We Don't Fear. Okay. Description looking nice. Description looking really nice. All right, let's get into it. Lil Wet Wet, The Gloucester Under My Bed. Go. So HD. Wow. What the fuck?
Homecoming queen, tickle the keys. 3 doors and before me only got 1 key. A treasure in a box that you just can't keep. My stomach's in knots and I just can't sleep. There's a monster under my bed.
Wow.
He's my friend.
Damn. What the fuck?
Fuck it, dude. Who else got it, huh?
Let's go. What? That? Wow. Dude, what? Okay, bro. Okay. That was fucking crazy. I didn't think much could top the visual from last week, but holy. Okay. I'm really excited to break this one down. So let's go. We're talking about 3 things here. Talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the visual as well of the Gloucester Under My Bed. So, the instrumental, prod, Homecoming Queen is one fucking hell of an instrumental choice. I love the alternative pop vibes with this. The mix is so fucking crisp on this. The mix might be the shining star for the fucking instrumental. Like, the mix is that good. So I love the instrumental choice though. Seriously. Super, super crisp mix as well. Nothing clashing to overbearing. I'd say the mel is definitely a really good talking point as well. Very soft kind of melody, but the drums definitely make it knock. Really nice balance. So I like the choice a lot. So let's talk vocals. Vocals are like, wow. So let me just start off by saying the mix, is again very crispy, especially for this kind of vocal style with pitching and things like that. The mix is like really, really fucking solid. This is like so palatable for somebody who hasn't heard this kind of like alternative music before. You know what I mean? And at the same time, it's the kind of familiar flavor that people can also relate to. And they're like, damn, this is fucking gas. So, mix A1. Definitely A1. 100%. But the hook, man. The hook is definitely a shining star when it comes to vocals. The hook is definitely that shining star. Such a well-written hook. And the verses around it kind of support it even more. That's why I really like the hook. Like this is like songwriting 101, and Lil Wet Wet is absolutely it's just a stellar songwriter, like for sure. I definitely just really like the vibe of the hook combined with the verses. It really makes for like a full-fledged like theme you can really like get behind as well. So we'll talk about that next. Diving into the visual here. Now, one thing again is the edit. Like the edit is fucking insane. The quality is 10 out of 10. The shots are 10 out of 10, especially these outside shots, and like this is all one location, is probably insane. So you get some shit like this done in like 2 days, and you wouldn't even have to go anywhere. But the concept of like the monster under my bed, and wow, like I've never seen it put together in a visual like this independently. I definitely think that this is in the running for one of the most insane visuals we've seen in 2023 thus far. This totally takes the cake. This is one of them where I was like, holy fuck. Especially the end of it. The end of it was like, wow. It really just capped it all off, to be honest with you. So the edit was really well done. I think Wet Wet actually edited as well. Edited by, Lil Wet Wet. Excellent fucking job, man. Like, excellent fucking job. Holy shit. It came out nice. It came out really, really fucking nice. So, One other thing though, I'd say main shining star is the simplicity, but also the small addition of like lyrics in the visual, but like not like a lyric video, just kind of like subtle subtitles are really like such a difference maker in this track, especially again for first time listeners. So took no shorts when it came to this. And I do like the whole gas mask kind of vibe as well. I feel like the gas mask vibe was like perfect for this kind of track, and the whole theme that you're kind of trying to get behind, to be honest with you, and really just write about. So all in all, this is extremely well put together. Well fucking done. And with that said, huge shout out to Lil Wet Wet, and thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Make sure you go sub to Patterns. Patterns is literally 10 away from 280, so go show Wet Wet some love, my friends. And of course, make sure you follow Patterns, aka Lil Wet Wet, on Twitter as well. They are 8 away from 320, so make sure you go show Patterns some love, my friends. Wow, holy shit. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. Make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 120 subscribers on the main channel, so make sure you go show these artists and the main channel some love. And if you already have, dropping comments, dropping likes, all that good stuff, thank you. And I see you. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays. So yeah, man. Wow. That takes the cake for one of the craziest visuals we've seen this year. Wow. Shout out Wet Wet, man. So last but not least, our final submission of the night, the homie, Offspring Mysterious, the multi-talented producer, writer, designer, editor. Offspring always brings the smoke when it comes to the Music Mondays podcast, so I'm definitely excited. This week, Offspring submitted Work Anthem, My I Him Anthem, sung by Black Cash. Oh, okay, shout out Black Cash. Black Cash has been killing it lately. Let's get into it. Offspring Mysterious, Work Anthem. Need source motivation? Listen to the song and tap in. Usually bump my own songs for motivation, but today I wanted to branch out and see what songs would get going. Turns out our Black Cash has the perfect song for me. Hard-hitting punchline, shock-calling lyrics, and delivery. Okay. I love the description. I love the fucking description. Okay. I love this kind of idea, Offspring. Let's get it, baby. All right. Let's, it's on 720. Full screen. Let's get into it. Work Anthem. Fucking get it, Offspring.
It's just different.
Boss life music. We lit. You want that smoke, you can get it, nigga. You either on my side or you in the way. I can make a fake ass friend any day. Matter of fact, I need enemies, so when we see each other, it's gonna be that same energy. Motherfuck the arrangement. I don't buy to that fake shit. Rap bastard, same dip. Old ratchet, same clip. Different toilet, same shit. Same OG, I ain't changing. All I did was stop hanging with fraud ass niggas on that lame shit. I do this for real, I ain't playing. You whole tripping, hold up, bitch. I'm off that, I'm doing grown up shit. You say you love me, I can't tell. Fuck you, whole as hell. I'm ripping off these leeches. I'm shooting down these vultures. They pay me to take out the posers. I'm cocking it back and reloading. I do this shit all by my lonely. You never know what you gotta do till you gotta do it. That's word of my voters. South Carolina, it's a hood thing. Pull up with the stick and let the wood bang. Money Mac murder with the lick read. Have my young niggas pull up on the 6 speed. Y'all clowns entertaining the circus. I'm moving, my music has purpose. Your opinion is completely worthless. The fuck is you doing? What moves are you making? Besides Humble yourself, what you watching is greatness. I got what you lack and you feeling complacent. It all boils down to the logic. Boss like music, independent with the project. No extension, we just get it. Do the shipping in the project. Cut the check, catch them out. Now we send it in the project. Play the beat, hit repeat. Now I'm giving them a body. Work, I go to work. Put me on the beat, I go berserk. Savage on the track, I go to work. Work, I go to work. Work, I go to work. Work, I go to work. Put me on the beat, I go berserk. Savage on the track, I go to work. Work, work, I go to work. Work, I go to work. Work, I go to work. Savage on the beat, I go berserk. A few compliments to get a big round head. Nigga, I lied, your shit sound dead. If you push it for platinum, it wouldn't go lead. You should hang this shit up, keep your ass in the bed. All my niggas grind till the sun come. Knocking the hustle to get you done. I can see it in your eyes, you don't want none, so take it like a heart and energy, but where you come from. I be on my grind 365. See the pain, see the hunger deep in my eyes. I don't need no gas to search out the truth. That's why I go hard in this fucking booth. Lazy nigga, you can miss with this subliminal. The way you shit surviving in the game is just criminal. I move solid, concrete, and invincible. And everybody saying you trash, they ain't in it. So really, what the fuck you expect? This shit is cutthroat. I just want to check, fuck a bitch on that drama. I just want the neck. I just move in a different way, cease the distraction. Show and prove, I'm about that action. Fuck you with that, oh, he's just a rapper. Cause when you in a hospital bed, it's not a factor until you stitched up and bleeding right after. You can't compete with my ethic. Look at the pace, I'm setting records. This is chess, not checkers. I be on the job site first. I clock in and I go to work. Put me on the beat, I go berserk. Work, work, work. I go to work. Work, I go to work. Put me on the beat, I go berserk. Work, I go to work. Put me on the beat, I go berserk. Savage on the track, I go to work. Work, I go to work. Work, I go to work. Work, I go to work. Put me on the beat, I go berserk. Savage on the track, I go to work. Work, I go to work. Work, I go to work. Work, I go to work. Savage on the beat, I go berserk. Matter of fact, I need enemies, so when we see each other, it's gonna be that same energy. Motherfuck the arrangement.
Ah, shit.
I don't vibe to that fake shit. Rap bastard, same dip. Old rack, same clip. Different toilet, same shit. Same OG, I ain't changing. All I did was stop hanging with fraud ass niggas on that lame shit. For real, I ain't playing.
I love it.
Hold up, bitch. I'm off that, I'm doing grown up shit. You say you love me, I can't tell. Fuck you, whole as hell. I'm ripping off these leeches. I'm shooting down these vultures. They pay me to take out the posers. I'm cocking it back and reloading. I do this shit all by my lonely. You never know what you gotta do till you gotta do it. That's word of my roadies. South Carolina, it's a hood thing. Pull up with the stick and let the wood bang. Money Mac murder with the lick read. Have my young niggas pull up on the 6-speed. Y'all clowns entertaining the circus. I'm moving, my music has purpose. Your opinion is completely worthless. The fuck is you doing? What moves are you making? Besides playing coach, nigga, tell all that faking. You ain't doing shit, and that's why you still hating. And that's why you still hating. Humble yourself, what you watching is greatness. I got what you lack, and you feeling complacent. It all boils down to the logic. Boss like music, independent with the project. No extension, we just
Oh shit. Oh shit, the edit. The edit.
I go to work. Put me on the beat, I go berserk. Savage on the track, I go to work. Work, I go to work. Work, I go to work. Work, I go to work. Put me on the beat, I go berserk. Savage on the track, I go to work. Work, work, I go to work. Work, I go to work. Work, I go to work. Savage on the beat, I go berserk. A few compliments to get the big round head. Nigga, I lied, your shit sound dead. If you push it for platinum, it wouldn't go lead. You should hang this shit up, keep your ass in the bed. All my niggas grind till the sun come. Knocking the hustle, it gets you done. I can see it in your eyes, you don't want none, so take it like a heart and energy, but where you come from. I be on my grind 365. See the pain, see the hunger deep in my eyes. I don't need no gas to search out the truth. That's why I go hard in this fucking booth. Lazy nigga, you can miss with this subliminal. The way you shit surviving in the game is just criminal. I move solid, concrete, and invincible. And everybody saying you trash, they ain't in it. So really, what the fuck you expect? This shit is cutthroat. I just want to check, fuck a bitch on that drama. I just want the neck. I just move in a different way, cease the distraction. Show and prove, I'm about that action. Fuck you with that, oh, he's just a rapper. Cause when you in a hospital bed, it's not a factor until you stitched up and bleeding right after. You can't compete with my ethic. Look at the pace, I'm setting records. This is chess, not checkers. I be on the job site first. I clock in and I go to work. Put me on the beat, I go berserk. Work, work, work. I go to work. Work, I go to work.
Holy shit.
I go to work.
Haha.
Savage on the track, I go to work. Work, Put me on the beat, I go berserk. Savage on the track, I go to work. Work, I go to work. Work, I go to work. Work, I go to work. Savage on the beat, I go berserk.
Ah, shit.
I can make a fake ass friend any day. Matter of fact, I need enemies, so when we see each other, it's gonna be that same energy. Motherfuck the arrangement. I don't buy to that fake shit. Rap bastard, same dip. Old rat, same clip. Different talk, same shit.
What?
Same OG, I ain't changing.
That was cooked.
Stop hanging.
That was cooked. What? He said, oh my god. Oh my god.
I can't tell. Fuck you. Whole as hell. I'm ripping off these leeches. I'm shooting down these vultures. They pay me to take out the posers. I'm cocking it back and reloading. I do this shit all by my lonely. You never know what you gotta do till you gotta do it. That's word of my voters.
Dude, this edit is too good. Holy shit.
Y'all clowns entertaining the circus. I'm moving my music as purpose. Your opinion is completely worthless. The fuck is you doing? What moves are you making? Besides playing coach, you can tell all that faking. You ain't
What the fuck? And then the cover at the end. That's such a good shout. Oh. Nah, I just gotta fade out. Okay. Well fucking done, Offspring. Holy shit. This is a new kind of vibe we're getting from Offspring. So we've had full-length episodes from Offspring. We've had visual kind of song breakdowns. We've had plenty of storytelling as well, but this one was another kind of new aspect. Like, we've never seen Offspring use other people's music too much, and the fact that Offspring kind of made a montage to this is really fucking tippable. So huge shout out to Black Cash. Obviously we're not gonna break that down, but we're gonna break down Offspring's visual here for sure. And one thing about this is, again, Offspring definitely works extremely fucking hard to get these visuals done. So all these shots, actually playing ball is like really fucking nuts. Like really fucking nuts, because just the little slow-mos and the slowdowns and the whole kind of sports aspect of this mixed in with like the slight editing is like, it's just A1, man. It's just A fucking 1. Like that, like the push-ups, the effects, especially outside with the football, is like, damn. So the editing is just only improving and just doing like more and more things that we, you know, who knows if we would have saw these from Offspring, and just the imagination is becoming like wild as fuck, and I love it. Like, I'm here for this. So this is like a whole new concept that Offspring is kind of bringing in for Offspring's channel and just the Offspring Mysterious kind of brand itself. So I love the editing improvement like a lot. And on top of it, I love Offspring's kind of efficiency with this, because this is like, wow. You know what I mean? Like, when did this drop? February 10th. Yeah, so literally only 10 days ago. Like, Offspring has been pumping out content. That's the other thing about this, is like, these aren't just like one-off, like once a month. Like, Offspring kills this shit. So another really great addition and another really good series that I'd like to see Offspring really continue to break down, because I like this idea a lot. So with that said, huge shout out to Offspring Mysterious. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Always a pleasure. And of course, make sure you subscribe to Offspring Mysterious. Offspring is literally 9 away from 110. That's also a great milestone for Offspring. So make sure you go sub to Offspring's channel. And of course, make sure you follow Offspring Mysterious on Twitter. Offspring is 4 away from 40 followers on Twitter as well. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We are approaching 120 subscribers on the main channel. So if you already have sub, thank you. We appreciate it. We appreciate all you guys dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And if you haven't, what are you doing? We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So make sure you go show these artists in the channel some love, my friends. Alrighty. That concludes our reactions and reviews for episode 109. Huge shout out to everybody that submitted and showed love tonight. Huge shout out to Heavy, TDG, Seasons, Blank Thought, North, Nature Player, Sonly, Troy, Dennis, Young Trill, Sith the Rage, Wet, Mark, Derek, SLM, Matt Rocks, Cole, Offspring, and anybody else that tuned in to the show this following Monday. Thank you for showing love to the channel. So, with that said, my friends, that about does it for episode 109. I hope you guys enjoyed, and like I said, thank you again to anybody that submitted, came through, showed love, anything like that. We appreciate it. Thank you, my friends. Yeah, let's fucking go. So, let's see here. Let's say our goodbyes. Let's talk about what's coming in the Music Mondays podcast within the next week or so. Yeah, so new article Friday per usual. You can catch this episode of Music Mondays available on our YouTube channel this Saturday and every Saturday. So make sure you go sub to the channel if you have not already. Submissions open for next week's episode, 110, tomorrow. So make sure you follow us on Twitter at All Music Mondays, or follow us on any social to stay up to date for all of our submission details, my friends. Yeah, so a couple of major things going on this week. Expect a new recruitment flyer, a brand new article this Friday, a new YouTube upload Thursday, submissions open Tuesday and Wednesday for SoundCloud Sunday and the Music Mondays podcast. Expect a couple of guests throughout March on the show, and just expect us to keep expanding. We are also currently 12 out of 20 on our 20 sub goal. So we'll see you guys next week, and hopefully we can push past that 20, and we'll continue reactions and reviews. So like I said, huge shout out to anybody that came through, showed love, and anybody that submitted. Expect a top 3 announcement within the next couple of minutes. And like I said at the top of the show, we'll now be tweeting the top 3 artists out from each show, just to make the top 3 a little bit more sweeter and worth it. So make sure you keep your eyes open for episode 110 submissions. We'll see you guys next week for episode 110. It's been your boy, Zom Slays. It's been Music Mondays. If you're watching on YouTube as well, check the descriptions. A whole lot of good stuff in there. But I love you guys. Take care, be safe, and we'll see you next week for episode 110.